think that I just come in there and look for knockoffs, and that's not the case. You know, I'm actually a sharp, smart fighter.
So, well, I'm here. Who wanted to fight me?
I really don't care who's in front of me. I don't feel like no fighter beat me.
My goal is to demolish everybody, to be honest. Everybody that's in my way. The pinnacle to any weight division is to have all the belts, all of the titles.
Welcome to Bodywork. Welcome back. It's Michael Rogers. Welcome to Bodywork Boxing. It feels so good to be back. It sounds like forever. It feels like forever. I was dealing with a little bug, man. I typically do not get sick, but the last time I was on, and my man Melazar was like, man, I'm just here to chat today, man. I can't talk. I'm feeling like shit. I was feeling like shit. I just had to put that work in, man, and get that episode in, man, because I already know how it is, and I typically don't get sick. That's the whole thing, man. But it was something vicious going on, man. You know, I be going in and out of them hospitals throughout the day, delivering these medical supplies, and who knows what happened, you know, but I had to treat myself, had to get my Theraflu on and do all my laying ups, my cold sweats, my taking my Theraflus and my teas and my elderberry and my vitamin C's and the Sudafeds and the Robitussin and just all that kind of stuff, man. The blowy noses, the sore noses, the coffee, the aches everywhere, man. I'm like, the older you get, man, the more harsh it is on you, man. I swear. I'm like, man, is this what getting old? Like, I'm only a prime 45, young spry, you know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, I'm still here. You know, that's the good thing, man. It's just an honor and a privilege to always be able to talk that boxing. And even though I wasn't talking to boxing over the last couple of days, Cookie Monster say, mic check, 1 2 1 2, sounding crystal clear. Glad to see you back. I appreciate that. I needed that mic check. But it's always an honor and a privilege to be able to talk that boxing, man. And even though I wasn't I haven't been doing my lives here the last couple days. It ain't been that long. Last couple days. I still been watching. And I still been listening, man. I still been keeping my ears to the street. My eyes on the prize, man. There's nothing like watching your favorite content creators fall off, man. It's nothing like watching your favorite content creators fall off, man. I mean, hey, man, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen to some people, man. But it's nothing like watching, you know, some of your favorite people online lose their mind over time. Yikes! I'm like, man, hey, that's why I'm glad I got me a good ass woman, man. I had me a good ass woman. My woman would not allow me to be out here in these YouTube streets looking, sounding, and acting crazy. You heard me? You know what I'm saying? So, hey, she will go ahead and be like, hey, man, nah, I think it's about that time. The minute I start really losing my mind online, she'll be like, yeah, it's about that time, man. Go ahead and wrap it up, B. You know what I'm saying? And it's bittersweet. It's kind of sad, man, because we're so cruel in nature. You know what I'm saying? We're so cruel in nature, man. We're like the Komodo dragon. You know how they do it? They'll nip at you. They have one little nippy nip. And they'll wait for that infection to set in, and they'll just sit around and they'll just look at you. They'll just come by and take a gander and just watch you fall apart. You know what I'm saying? Just waiting for you to give up the ghost. You know what I'm saying? So they can go ahead and go in and feast. You know what I'm saying? So I just been getting my Komodo dragon on, man. Just watching y'all motherfuckers fall all the way apart. And I'm like, damn, it's sad. You know what I'm saying? I had love, but like, man, it is what it is, man. Y'all play a cruel game out here on these YouTube streets. Y'all talk a lot of shit about a lot of different people, and it's clear as day that you're losing your goddamn mind. You know, and I'm here for it. I'm taking notes. I'm watching what to do, what not to do, how not to sound, how not to look. You know, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. And I'm here for it all, man. Some of y'all need to go. I ain't even gonna lie, man. It's about that time for y'all to go ahead and get up out of here, man. You done played with the people far too long. You play politics, come up with the craziest shit. It ain't even. Have you realized, y'all? Have y'all realized, man? And I'm not gonna be long on this, but you know, it's been a couple of days, so I had a lot of stuff. Have y'all realized that today's day and time, like boxing talk has not really been about boxing talk? Like, either your favorite creator, they either drunk as fuck, you know what I'm saying? They either high as fuck, or they just don't give a fuck. Either one. Like that's what they doing out here nowadays. Like, can I just be honest? You know what I'm saying? They steal people content, steal people ideas, they steal people's everything. Like, and then they act like they parade around like it's theirs. And I was just saying that you know, in 2025, before we go into 2026, we're gonna leave some shit on this side of the fence. And we're gonna cross over. Everybody's gonna start climbing. We're gonna make a climb, we're gonna make a stretch, we're gonna do some activity. You know what I'm saying, to declare that we're moving over to the other side. But I said in 2026, we're going to leave some shit on the other side of the fence. And part of it's going to be the gaslighting thing, man. We're going to stop gaslighting. We're going to actively, you know, more than ever, you know what I'm saying? This channel, we do a great job at keeping it all about boxing. I had my little introduction. I'll go into my housekeeping. And then it's pretty much boxing. And, you know, every now and again, it might be something, but we always draw it back and pertain it into boxing. But have you noticed that today's day and time, it's not about boxing? Like, people got schizophrenia, man. They start off talking about, I seen one dude the other day, man, this shit was so funny. I was like, hold on, man. Because I'm like, look, I want to grow. I want the numbers. I'm not going to buy no numbers. You know what I'm saying? I want my numbers to grow. We always growing. Bodywork, believe it or not, we always growing. It's not as fast as, you know, everybody else, but we don't buy subs, and we definitely don't be giving no reach arounds. You know what I'm saying? We don't bandwagon. We don't join cliques. We don't do no knee pad wearing. No tonsil jewelry displaying. No throat coat spraying. We don't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? We just pretty much talk that boxing talk. You know what I'm saying? We give our opinion. You know, we try to be thorough in our approach, and then we get up out of here and we live to talk boxing another day. That's what we do. But I was watching this cat the other day, man. This motherfucker started, he came on, man, started talking about AOL online and dial up. And he was going through the progression and the evolution of technology, and I'm like, okay, all right, you know what I'm saying? All right, you got a little, you know, I see your little background, doing your little background check, trying to sound sophisticated. But that's one thing, man, when motherfuckers be trying to sound so sophisticated, they sound dumb and shit. Like, they don't realize how dumb they look and sound, you know, but he was high as a motherfucker. But he come out there talking about some dial up and AOL and how it went from Yahoo to Hotmail to dial up to Google, and he said he was going to tie it into how Richardson Hitchins was ducking. And I was waiting, you know what I'm saying? I look like one of them memes, you know, them memes that be like them skeleton memes when you just be waiting. Like waiting on the bus or waiting for Shorty to pick me up or waiting on, like, that's what I was looking at. Cause I was waiting for the hook. I was watching and waiting. I was waiting for the punchline. I was waiting for him to bring it home, and it never happened, man. It never happened, man. I don't think people really realizing like how they be looking and sounding all scrambled, man. Like when they don't be coherent. It just be a whole bunch of giggling and a whole bunch of like skits and all that, and it's the same old stupid shit. You know, that's kind of wild, man. I was like, man, we need to. I was hoping, because the reason why I'm bringing this up, for real, I'm gonna be for real. The reason why I was bringing this up is because I was saying that we needed to come up with a way. We needed a real talk by Honeybee. Salute, Honeybee. I was saying that we needed to come up with a real definition of ducking, because we can't just be putting that jacket on everybody. And you can't be saying Richardson Hitchins just ducking Gary Antoine. Like, they're still looking like they had a date where he was getting ready to fight as mandatory, and then they're looking for a date to start fighting in the beginning of next year. But you can't say that Richardson Hitchins is outright ducking, and I have no reason to protect Richardson Hitchins right now. I have no reason to. I have no reason to go against my man Gary Antoine. He's in my intro. He's one of my, both of those are my fighters. So I would love for them both to fight. But we need a criteria, no longer. Like, and this is one of these things that we're going to do as we leave 2025 and we go into 2026. We are going to have to legitimize this shit. No, we can no longer just pick up and say, oh, I'm going to do a show. Well, you can. My voice ain't quite ready to go that hard yet, y'all. But we should no longer, or you should have people around you that keep you accountable to the fact that you cannot just wake up, do a thumbnail, put some names on there. Salute Dev. Put some names on there and then just jump out and say that somebody's ducking somebody. No. That's 2025. In 2026, we have to legitimize this shit. How about that? Like, you have to have a criteria. Like, was there a contract sent? No. Okay. Was there negotiations? No. Did the teams try to do preliminary talks? No. Oh, somebody just said I whooped your ass like 6 times in the amateurs. Yeah, so you ducking. Yeah, okay. Sit your dumb ass down. Sit your dumb ass down. It might be too strong. Like, it might just be too strong. We can't do that. Like, in 2026, we're going to leave this in 2025, y'all. In 2026, we are going to legitimize what a duck is. There has to be criteria. You can't wake up and say, oh, yeah, I kicked your ass. Like, because at one point in time, and I love when people do this, because at one point in time, it was pointed out that Ugas had beat Bud in the amateurs, right? But then people was, oh, man, that's the amateurs. It's like, okay, well, why do y'all do this? Because that was the whole impetus for Game 7. Y'all remember Game 7? Nobody remember Game 7? April Fools? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember Devin and Ryan? Salute, AC, salute. Well, Game 7 was because it was basically said that they split in the amateurs. It was 3-3. And so the whole hoopla, part of the cachet around the building of the fight, was that it was Game 7. And so in that instance, they made it to where the amateurs mattered, right? But then when it was known that, because this happens all the time. There was another guy, and I don't want to use this one fighter, but like it's just funny how, well, I could use another fighter. I'll use another fighter. I'll say Andy Cruz and Keyshawn Davis. Because Keyshawn was a pro. He dropped back down, got his ass beat by Andy Cruz. And not only did he get his ass beat, but he actually medaled. He got the gold. Keyshawn left with the silver. Instantly going back to the pros, it was almost like, oh, nope. It's just like when somebody go on, like when they put their head up under the covers, like, nope, I'm back pro now, so my head is back under the covers. I can't see you. It's like, so now, you know, nope, Andy, nope, that wasn't real. It's like, no, it was real because you was a professional. You went back down to the amateurs. I spanked you several times to where I can go now. I do interviews, and then every time I'm asked about you, I talk about you like you're my son. Now that's my son. Like my son, yeah. Like my son's gonna handle Jermaine Ortiz, my son. So in the pros, when Andy's saying, hey, listen, man, I want that smoke whenever my son's ready, you know what I'm saying? Whenever he's ready, like, come on. It's like that don't matter, but I see now that there are different qualifications for fighters when we actually do that as well, right? Because the pros and the amateurs don't matter when it comes to Keyshawn, right? The amateurs only matter when it comes to people like Richards and Hitchins, right? But that same thing, but if you use that same logic and you say, well, Gary Antoine, he spanked Boots too. He got the best out of all them times. He got the best out of Boots too. Oh, man, come on, man. You bringing up the you see what I'm saying? It's just like, come on, y'all. Like, can y'all hold, like, listen, if you happen to not be on Bodywork, right, and you happen to go elsewhere, right, can you police these motherfuckers up with this dumbass conversation they be having? Because I'll be trying to give them a shot. But it's like some high school shit, right, to where it's like once one person say it, because, you know, the jock, the high school jock, I was a high school jock, but I wasn't like a high school jock in that sense. I still stayed to myself. If I didn't fuck with you, I didn't speak. If I did, I'm like, what's up? But I wasn't that sense to where I'm gonna be a dumbass jock, like one without nothing between the ears. I'm just gonna ride whatever somebody say, and we just gonna go with it. Like, no, that's how it is out here in this boxing talk, where somebody can come out, they'll say something, and because you want to be affiliated, you want to be down like Brandy, you just ride with that shit. Like some dumbass shit today. I heard a dumbass dude who's losing his mind talking about how Anthony Joshua should not have broken Jake Paul's jaw. He had every fucking right to break Jake Paul's jaw. Like, what are we talking about? And I hate these hindsight of 2020. This is why I say boxing talk is all fucked up, and it's not really boxing talk. It's like, how can I tickle your fancy? And I noticed this. A lot of people come online, they don't just be wanting boxing talk. They want somebody that's gonna be their best friend, that's gonna be their legal counsel, that's gonna be their uncle feel good, that's gonna be their personal trainer. That's gonna be, it's like, man, when you come over here, you're just gonna get that boxing talk. That's all you're gonna get. I'm not gonna sit up here and do a whole bunch of dumbass shit just because I feel like it today. Like, we all seen what happened. So because we seen what happened with, and it's terrible that two people lost their lives. RIP to them people. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a sad situation. But in hindsight, to come back and say, oh, well, that's why Anthony Joshua shouldn't have broke Jake Paul's jaw. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's what I be trying to say. Like, this is what people do. They manipulate the conversation, and they always do some shit in hindsight just to be sensational. And then they want to, like, they throw rocks and hide their hands, and then be wondering why people be coming at them. Why people be putting their ass on the grill every chance they get. Why? Because you full of shit. You deserve to be put on there with some charcoal. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You deserve to be put on the grill. Like, never in my life, like, boxing, like we contribute to the dumb things, right? We contribute to it. Why? Because we'll shit on the movement that's going on, right? Because we see what's going to happen down the line, and we have seen what happened down the line with this turkey stuff. How everything's been overinflated. Boxers been getting paid just a little bit. It's great that they got paid, but for the overall and the longevity and the health of the sport, it's bad. Why? Because the big fights are not being made. Because one person can come out and say, oh, I need 10 million. A champion can come out and say, I need 2.5, and they say you pricing yourself out. Another guy can come out and say, I need 10 million, and he's not. And there are no criteria, there are no rules. But guess who facilitated this? Turkey. So we'll come out and we'll do this, right? But then anything that's organic to American boxing, the sport, and the people that we claim that we love, the ones that's in our own backyard, the ones that came from our communities, that's going into these gyms, that have made it out to be something, we shit on them when they rise up to the top. So we contribute to it, man. But that like some of the dumbest things I've heard. Like the dumbest thing I heard today, hands down, was that Anthony Joshua shouldn't have broke Jake Paul's jaw. It's boxing, like real boxing. So now, like the very thing. That's why I say, man, it's politics, man. And I hate the fact that people use that shit. They use their voices. They do dumb shit like that and then try to act like, I don't know why. Like all these people always come, like people just come at you for no reason. Right. Because you need to sit your dumb ass down. You're losing your mind. Somebody need to take your Wi-Fi. You know what I'm saying? You need to do a motherfucking test right before you get online every day to make sure that you got your faculties in order, because it's like watching somebody lose their mind online. It's sad. It's bittersweet, man. But like y'all ain't got no friends, and the way boxing is today, people will sit around, man, and that's your misery. And that's your, like, the fact that you are sitting here deteriorating before every morning you get up here and deteriorate in front of everybody. And it's so cruel that they you think they love you. But they don't, because they keep letting you do it. They condone it. They egg it on. You don't even see when people be triggering you to do it in front of everybody else. Why? Because you're so full of yourself. You think everything that you say is right and exact, and like you got the final word and the final say, and you can manipulate, and you got your fingers and hands, your phalanges, and every damn thing. And you don't. You are amusement to people. And you're being used by people. And it's kind of sad. I tried to tell your dumb ass a long time ago, like, hey, bro. We rock with you, but you be on some bullshit sometimes. And because you don't like people disagreeing with you, you had a tantrum. And I said, well, fuck you then. I'll just sit here and watch you deteriorate like everybody else. I just think like, damn, man, you one of the best boxing brains online, but like you need somebody to keep you on the rails, man, because all the people that you be big up in and saying that they too scared to pull your coattail and say, hey OG, you know what I'm saying, you all right, bro? You good, man? Like for real, not on some boxing shit, but you straight, bro? They ain't gonna do it. They gonna sit up there, they gonna get all the benefactors of having all of your members and having everybody slide their membership on over, right? And they gonna sit there and watch you deteriorate before everybody else, and they ain't gonna say shit. But you're losing your mind. Point blank, period. You know what I'm saying? And you a thief, because you be stealing content. You know what I'm saying? So that's like, I had to, that wasn't even the housekeeping. I just had to like get up on the doormat and just dust that motherfucker off real good. You know what I'm saying? Before I get started. Because I'm seeing some shit, man, and it's almost like the elders, man. The elders ain't doing this right, y'all. Like the people, y'all realize that, man? And don't nobody really want to come online and be preached to or called a goody, but I'm like, man, who are y'all holding? Who's holding everybody's feet to the fire? Who's being legit with this boxing shit? It's just wild west out here. You know what I'm saying? It's just whatever. It's like it's anything go. It's like, okay, well, don't complain about the sport and where it's going then. You know what I'm saying? Don't complain about it, because we just letting people just get away with saying and doing, like creating their own little definitions of shit. They're losing their mind, like publicly. Like embarrassing themselves and their families, man. It's like, it's sad, man. I'm like, damn, dude, you don't got no real friends. They don't even check on you. You know what I'm saying? But I digress, man. Eat the fish and spit out the bones. Don't be mad at me. But to them, Andy ducking Key because Andy has not done shit yet in boxing. I say he beat Keyshawn. Yeah. We know that. I'm going to talk. We probably get off into that just a little bit. Let me see. Let me go ahead and transition into the real. That was just me venting, man. And flapping the rug in front of the door. But I'm going to get into the real housekeeping. The legit housekeeping. I thought my voice was ready to handle this, man. It's still a little messed up, but we gonna rock with it. Hold on one second. Try not to be rude. I don't want y'all to hear that shit. But number one, remember, it wasn't that long ago when I came out and I was talking about it, and I was saying, man, I didn't agree with Usyk and his cherry picking of Deontay Wilder, right? Because if you've been around, like, if you've been in and around the hood or around like people, right, and you start seeing people like going to the pawn shop, taking the change to the grocery store, pulling out all of the seat cushions in the couch and doing all these things, and they start acting like, they start showing signs that they're in need. Some people have spotted have conditioned themselves, trained themselves to be able to spot people like that are in need or distress, and they prey upon them. So I was looking at it like, Usyk, you on top of the game right now. Like, we never saw you like this energy. Like, certain fighters are giving this weird kind of energy in different directions to where, and don't take my word for it, let's take what Fabio Worley said. He's like, listen, who could actually criticize Usyk? We've seen what he was able to do in the sport. He was able to get undisputed. He pretty much did his round robin. He pretty much knocked off who he needed to knock off and beat whoever he needed to beat. So for the most part, he can do whatever he wants. And I concur. He can do whatever he wants. It's just, but then Worley also said, it struck me as odd because of the precedence that Usyk has set for everybody in the character that he has. He basically said that him picking Wilder was out of character. And I was like, Eureka, that's the same thing Mike said. That's the same thing I said. It's like, it's out of character for you to just, because I don't recall when you was in the mess hall with your chest out when Wilder was out here like snuffing shit to sleep. Like, there wasn't really no, like, and then there's, like I said before, there were creators that actually said you actually ducked that fade. So it's like, now that the man ain't, you know what I'm saying, he's not what everybody say, like, what his fans are going to lead him to slaughter. And I'm sorry, this is the only place you really going to hear the truth. His fans don't really give a fuck about him because they want him, they just want to see him, they want to have him announce a fight. Why? So they can come online, they can do videos about it, and they can get paid for it. Everybody can get paid. Like, so if he go in there and get his brains knocked loose,
They can get a couple super chats, a couple cash apps, do a fight party, do all these things in the name of Deontay Wilder when it's really in the name of Right Hip Bank, My Wallet USA. That's really what they're trying to do. They're trying to promote him for the pay. And so I was just like, man, I was saying, I was like, man, like, okay. That's Usyk. That's me trying to hold Usyk accountable, because Usyk said that if Joseph Parker would have won, he would have fought Joseph Parker. But the fact that Fabio Wardley won, he's not going to fight Fabio Wardley. Nobody, especially people that love to try to play politics and nobody said that Usyk was ducking. Now that can be a classification. Because if we did an eliminator, and if you said in an eliminator, we both fought an eliminator, and I stopped the guy, and you say, well, if the other guy would have won, I would have fought him, but since it's Mike stopped him, I ain't gonna fight Mike. You ducked me. That's a duck. Like that, it could be a strategic duck. It's a duck nevertheless. And then you go and you say, oh, I want Deontay Wilder. It's like, no, you don't. You see one of the finest southern cherries that you can pick right now, where the punch resistance isn't there. He's all over the place. And we know that these people in boxing conversations, that they tend to talk. News get around, news spread, right? So the word gets around. And so he's been doing interviews. And so in his interview, what does he come out and say? He come out and say his ex-lady stole like 400,000, 400Ks from him. And so I'm like, because I was saying beforehand, like, remember when Wilder used to be all braggadocious about his money? Like, man, I got more than enough money, and it ain't about money. And I'm like, well, so what are you still doing it for? You done proved to the world. You done sat out and did everything you was able to accomplish. You done made bukus of money. Go chill out, man. Like, enjoy your life. Enjoy some of that bread. So hearing recently, man, with him doing all these interviews and him basically going around telling these sob stories or whatever about what his lady did and how his lady did him or whatever. And there's been no, like, everybody got all this advice for Tank and how he should be picking women and how he need to do. There was no advice for how Wilder need to be picking women. And what the kind of women he knew, there was no kind of saying. That's why people pick and choose when they want to get up on the soapbox and who they want to preach to. Long story short, he been out here doing a round robin and interviews, and basically what it come down to is the man need the money. And his fans, like me, I don't even want to see Errol Spence come back if he ain't ready. I don't want to see him come back if his punch resistance ain't the same. If he know deep down and you know that his punch resistance ain't the same, I don't want to see my man come back. I don't even want to. If Tank's head is not in the boxing, he just be like, man, I'm about to just go ahead and get a big bag. I don't want to see Tank box like that with his head ain't in the game. I don't want to see like Maul, like as much as like Maul and Mel, like even though Mel is more of my guy, I like Maul. You know what I'm saying? But Mel is my guy. If Mel wasn't like, if his head wasn't in the game and he was going through relationship stuff, I didn't want to see him back in the ring. And I never was the biggest Wilder fan. But if this man is out here doing it just because he need the money and y'all going to serve him up, y'all going to basically sacrifice him up to Usyk. If you think Tyson Fury got a statue and how they celebrated Tyson Fury for what he did to Wilder, what y'all think Usyk going to do? They might build this man a whole motherfucking museum or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, if depending on what he do to Wilder. Now I can say this, and I hope maybe this is the case. This will be hope maybe, but I don't want to see him do it. Wilder really never had a problem when he was punching down, what I call it. Just like when I be talking about these other boxers and these fighters, when they always have all the advantages. When he was dealing with them smaller men, when he was punching down, he wasn't having to go up against somebody like Fury who was taller and probably more nimble and can box better or whatever. When he could just punch down on a guy when he had the height, the length, and all that, when he had all of those, advantages, he can get you up out of there. Maybe he could turn back the hands of time. But we seen what happened with like people like Adrian Broner. When you're not focused, and every time you go back in there and you're not supposed to be back in there, you get a little bit of your luster gets lost. Your light gets a little bit dimmer, and people start to forget like who you were and how great you were yesterday, because you keep going back in there and replacing old glorious memories with new busted ones. And so I don't think Wilder. I think Wilder is doing this because he need the money. I think Usyk is being opportunistic. And I think the Wilder only fans are serving him up for selfish reasons. And y'all need to be ashamed of yourselves. That's just how I feel. Jose Rodriguez, what's good? Bodywork, Melvin Mall could do a big things in boxing. Personal problems got in the way. Yeah, they'll be back. You know what I'm saying? They'll be back. They'll be back. But moving on. Number 2, Resendiz scheduled to beat the brakes off of Berlanga on 2/21/26 on the Barrios versus Ryan Garcia undercard. Yeah, I think unless Armando Resendiz gets the big head and thinking that he's King Kong, and he'll spank Godzilla. Unless he going there too arrogant and overconfident and cocky and all that good stuff, he is going to systematically beat Z Breaks off of Berlanga. And I can't wait to see the Haney voice come out and do the memorial services once Resendiz beat the shit out of Berlanga, because they're gonna flip-flop. They're gonna watch my words, watch all these videos that are gonna come out about how Berlanga this is bounced back, and they're gonna come up with all these different reasons. They're pretty creative with coming up with some crazy ass reasonings as to why Berlanga, why that happened with and it's crazy because they try to dick ride Turkey Sheik too, but they're gonna come out and they're gonna give themselves a moment to take away from what Hamza Shiraz did and said, oh, whatever, Turkey's guy, even though it was in New York. It was in New York, and Berlanga had been fighting at 68. He had the privilege of fighting the great Canelo and doing all these things, and he was supposed to beat the shit out of Caleb Plant, but it was just timing and all this. And Hamza Shiraz was moving up. They're gonna blame it on hand wraps or some other crazy. And people pick and choose. Oh, by the way, people pick and choose when they want to talk about hand wraps. People pick and choose when they want to talk about gloves. I've heard somebody, I'm not gonna say who it was, heard somebody else the other day talking about some damn hand wraps. Right? But we pick and choose, because there's another gentleman that stack wraps too. But you can't say nothing about this guy stacking his hand wraps. You better not say nothing about the great blah 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 stacking their hand wraps, but everybody coming down on anyway for stacking his hand wraps and then having to re-wrap and all that. But you can't say nothing about no busted gloves and how somebody's gloves bust open when they fighting and all this. It's like people are some fucking hypocrites. And I noticed that they allow certain people to get away with certain things. So we're going to keep it 100. We're going to keep it a buck. We're going to keep it 10 times 10. We got to be even all across the board. This is like if you're going to, just like somebody talking about somebody popping hot and doing all these things. If you're going to talk about that, then you got to be able to talk about somebody's affiliation with another entity in a whole organization. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta You gotta come on, man. I noticed that people, it be so odd because when I be hearing the people, I'm like, hold on, bro. I know you not talking about that. I know you not talking about nobody popping hot and nobody looking suspect and nobody performance. I know y'all not talking about somebody wrapping some hands in some glove situation. Not y'all. I know y'all not talking about that shit. Come on, man. But that's what they're going to do when Belonga comes back. When Belonga comes back and it's finally announced and it's etched in stone like that we got it, because I think it is. It's pretty much there, which is a great addition to that undercard. But they're going to come out and try to find a way to take a dig at Turkey and Hamza. And Resendiz is going to systematically break down and beat Edgar Berlanga the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna look brutal, man. It's gonna look brutal. I think that was his first time really at Caleb Plant. He was almost like a tweener. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think he was really. That was just like with Hamza coming up and what he did to Berlanga. That was pretty much the same thing that Resendiz did when he fought Caleb Plant. He wasn't even really there. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was just pure skill and will. I still watch those Charlo and Castaño battles. Yeah. Why Berlanga keep getting his chances? I hope this the last Berlanga, but dude made a lot of money. Because he's become you know what they call it. He's community property, man. Him and Barrios are in the same, like everybody get a turn. You know what I'm saying? With Barrios, everybody get a turn in Berlanga. You know what I'm saying? You get like just like, you know, how they trying to do Cambosis. Everybody gonna get a turn with Cambosis. Certain fighters, you know, when you get a name, everybody get a turn. Like people did it with Pedraza. Tank knocked the luster off of him. They did it with Pedraza. Everybody did it with Gamboa. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just their time to get passed around. Because they won't take hold of their careers and buckle down in the division and actually take the right fights to build up and substantiate themselves. They just doing it for the money, man. They getting slutted out, man. Long story short. Moving on, man. Number 3, the IBF has ordered Osis Iglesias versus Canelo. Now, there are some other things going on because Hamza, he got dibs at the WBO and he got dibs with the WBC. So it's whether or not he want to get down with Diego Pacheco or he want to get down with Mbili. But the IBF, if Canelo want that, which I bet you he's not going, I bet you. I'm willing to bet money. I'm willing to put bread down that Canelo I bet you he's not going to take that route. I know he's not going to fight Osis Iglesias. I know he's not. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure he's not. But it's and this is why I'm thinking, man, it was kind of weird, man, to actually to take that crown and not want to get down afterwards. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because that kitchen was getting very, very hot. Yeah. At this point, I don't see Canelo getting in the ring with that I'm telling you, that proving ground, that because you got to think how Canelo was actually doing it. Canelo was keeping a lot of people at bay and giving a lot of people opportunities that really didn't deserve a shot, but it was a bunch of killers waiting around, man. It was like a school of piranhas just sitting around waiting. And so decisions have been made, and there's a reason why those decisions have been made. Because it's easy to go up there with somebody that you done had your eyes on, you've been studying for, you done seen the faults, you know, you done sized up and all that. But like everybody, the land, the law, the lay of the land, it's just like what I'm getting ready to transition into today, in which Shakur and him choosing Teofimo Lopez. It's easy to pick to see your eye, have your eye on Teofimo Lopez, and go up there and pick and choose that and say, hey, after I win, I'm gonna drop this, and then because you're not looking at the landscape. You're not looking at all the killers in the division. You just got your eye. You like, listen, I can take that. That guy up there, that one guy up there, I can jump up there and get that guy. And then to move ahead up to 147, that Conor Ben, you see the fly. Yeah, I can jump up and get that Conor Ben. But the law of the land, like the landscape of the individual that inhabit that whole division, it's like, oh no. I know speaking the English. No. My bad, y'all. Y'all don't want y'all to hear all of that, man. Their congestion and stuff is coming out. But that's the housekeeping, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and get into the meat and potatoes, man. I'm gonna get into the meat and potatoes. And we're gonna kick this thing off. Yeah, me too, Jose. Me too. If Shiraz, if he want to go that route, it depends on if he want more glory with, he might feel like he might get more glory with a more proven in Billy, because in Billy might be deemed as slightly being a little bit more proven with the fan base, or he might go more strategic as to who we think he can beat. Of course, it's not going to be that armadillo style, and Pacheco can actually box. But yeah, man, that's I'm kind of thinking so, man. I think Pacheco, he got a shot, you know what I'm saying? He go back to the drawing board and clean up some things, but that's how I feel. Anyway, let me get this housekeeping down. And let me go into the meat and the potatoes. I'm here, y'all. I said, man, I'm being a little, this weather. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, but I'm about to get down to the nitty gritty. Yeah, he kind of, you could say slight exposure. Somebody, poked a couple holes and shed some light on a man to where it didn't paint him in a good light. But let me do this, y'all. Let me get into this. This is what everybody came here for. This is what everybody came here for. I downloaded all of them except for the one I needed. This is what everybody came for. Shakur's latest move. What you talking about, Mike? If you listen, I'm going to tell you, right? Listen. Shakur. Melazar. What's up? Yeah, Melazar, man. Like that day when you said you was under the weather, I was under the weather too, man. I just toughed it out that day, man. But it got worse after that. I'm just now getting on the other side of it, man. But salute, man. Good to see you in the building, man. Dang. Just seen Junto fight this weekend. He don't stand a chance against Bam, even though he bigger. But I was saying, man, I think them guys, I was never big on Junto. I'm big. Bam is the real deal. Bam is the real deal, man. I was never big on Junto, man. But let me cook on this, y'all. Let me go ahead and break this down. Listen, Shakur Stevenson might be one of the most brilliant boxing strategic minds of this era. And typically that would be a compliment. But for boxing fans and for what we want and how we see everything, right, it's really not. Right? And I had said I was gonna leave Shakur alone. So I'm not really messing with Shakur, trust me, you know what I'm saying? So for all you pussy clots who got your panties in a bunch thinking I'm about to just shit all over Shakur, you know, I'm sorry. You're gonna be disappointed. But what I am gonna do is point out something, man, because I said, okay, if I was on the other side of me listening to me and watching the show and listening to the channel and, you know, just following the bouncing ball all along over here at Bodywork, right? What's his opinion on Shakur? I think I call Shakur the definition in my boxes to watch. His form, you know what I'm saying? Like I think he has some of the best form in the game. And he's pure boxer. He's like the definition of a pure boxer. There's only a couple other guys that kind of fit that, but like that's what I called him in my boxes to watch, and that's why he's in my boxes to watch. Like it's very rare that Shakur Stevenson will face anybody not named Tank that I would not pick Shakur to win. I'm gonna say that again. Very rare that Shakur will face anybody not named Tank that if he face him, he choose him, then I'm gonna pick them over Shakur. It's only a couple of them. And I believe that he's smart enough to not choose any of those guys. That's why I say that he might be one of the brightest, brilliant strategic boxing minds of this time. And he's definitely ahead of his peers. Why? Because he's taking control in a way to where he's directing traffic. And people don't even realize, like, Shakur Stevenson has insulated himself in the sport of boxing on this boxing chessboard so well that the fans don't notice, his peers don't notice, his ops don't notice, even the people that's paying him the money don't notice what he's doing. And I know you thinking that that's pretty bold, but no, I've outlined it. I've outlined it when I've asked y'all. I said, listen, man, let's play a game. I said, let's play a game. Everybody is ducking. We played the game when I said everybody is ducking Shakur Stevenson. And I pointed out at that time that was false. That was not accurate in saying that. One of the names that I actually said it was a guy named Jermaine Ortiz. He said he had a contract. Now, Tim Bradley came out and said, Jermaine Ortiz came out and said this on the Haney Voice last year. Tim Bradley, he came out on air when Keyshawn was actually fighting Baranchek. When Keyshawn was fighting Baranchek. And this is when they were at odds. Like Shakur and Top Rank was at odds. And Tim Bradley felt compelled to spill the beans. He said Navarrete had a signed contract to fight Shakur Stevenson. Well, what's the Well, what's the pertinence of that, Mike? Well, listen, Jermaine Ortiz fought Lomachenko. Jermaine Ortiz fought Teofimo Lopez. He had a signed contract with Shakur Stevenson's name on it, and he was scheduled to fight him. And if you let Jermaine Ortiz tell it, Jermaine Ortiz said that the only reason why he didn't fight Shakur was because time was ticking and he had to take a fight, and he got offered the Teofimo Lopez fight. That's why I say, like, when you go around full circle and you watch his moves, when I actually did that video, I did that one video on Shakur. This was well after Turkey had got the buyer's remorse and he wound up taking Shakur back. But I think this was on the Help. I think it was on the Help Part 1. This was the Help Part 2 when he actually brought in Ray Ford. So we talked a little bit about Jermaine Ortiz, and Jermaine Ortiz, he's very pivotal in this conversation. But I just wanted to drop a little appetizer on there and let you know that he did have a contract with Shakur Stevenson's name on it. But what happened was it took so long, and then he was offered the Teofimo Lopez. So this was before the Teofimo Lopez fight. Shakur was still over there. Navarrete and Jermaine Ortiz had contracts with Shakur Stevenson on it. So we had already triangulated because it was a 6-fight, $18 million deal. Some people say 5, but I pulled up sources. If you want to, go back and watch that video. I pulled up sources, showed it on the screen, in print. So I'm not fabricating. I'm not pulling nothing out of my tail. But we're gonna bring Jermaine Ortiz up here in a minute. But I gotta paint this background. I gotta put this background down. Said Jay Prince taught him very well. I just don't see T.O. beating Shakur. T.O. probably win 3 rounds. I'm a Jermaine Ortiz fan. I thought he was a better matchup with Hitchins. With Keyshawn is an uphill battle. We're going to get to that. We'll get to that. But I came down and I did this outline, right? Because I find it odd that it gotta be me that do this dirty work of actually pointing out what the real obvious is. Like, you know how sometimes things could be right in front of your face and all these things could be going on, and somebody like the narrator on the movie will say at this time such and such, and it just gives you that clarity. That's kind of like what I be doing with boxing, because contrary to popular belief, I was one of the ones that said, hold on, man, this math ain't math, and you got bad phalanges, but then you get a turkey bag, and now it's all good. But like when you asked about Tank, it's like, oh, my hands is hurt. But I'll fight Lamont. I can get it on with Conor Ben. And now you saw T.O. and you like, let's do it. I reached out. You was all systems go after you chased Zapata for 3 years. I've never seen a champion chasing his mandatory. These were things when I basically came out and said, hold on, man. I thought your hands was hurt. Then you heard all of these. You seen all of these right here. As soon as I came out and said that this man had bad phalanges, but all of a sudden he got to fight, all these echo chambers came out saying the same thing as if they came up with it themselves. You heard all this echo chamber boxing talk all over the place, talking about, yeah, man, dude, you know you got bad hands, dude, and all this other stuff and all that blah, blah, blah. Follow with me. When he came out and he did the Help, he brought this guy. So being of service, he brought this guy with him, but he also used this guy to throw interference for this guy on the left when he came out and put belt to ass. When everybody knew that Oshaki's sole purpose Oshaki's sole purpose was to get at Shakur. He always bringing up this guy into the conversation, Ray Ford. I haven't been around lately. Who you thought won Pitbull versus Roach? I could see it both ways, man. I had Roach. I thought I had Roach edging it, but I see why people chose Pitbull, and I could agree with a draw. I thought it was a tale of two halves. You know what I'm saying? And they was not gonna let their cash cow in Roach because he got more cachet. He got more of a fan base, a more sturdy fan base. So though I seen why they was actually able to award it a draw. But so there's a lot of things that go on, right? And I only bring this. I gotta pause real quick on this, and I gotta go over here. This gentleman right here, he did something. He came out. He got a fight with Kambosos because he desperately needed the name. Now his resume for the boxing purists, the people that actually really like boxing and whatever, not the people that's gonna hide behind, not the people that's gonna hide behind the veil of being the casual, like, oh man, like nobody know all that. Like people like they'll diminish somebody with a great resume on some high school shit because nobody else is really feeling or saying nothing about this guy or whatever, but they really be they followers. You know what I'm saying? Like they need somebody else to actually make somebody get hot and advocate for them before they'll actually come out and say anything. I don't do that. That's why I put stakes in the ground for the people who don't have the voices, and I'll speak to things about fighters that they don't really get. Like when everybody was ducking Sabril, I was heavy on Sabril. Videos getting thousands of views, people copying the shit. So I said, okay, I'm gonna spread it around. I was doing the same thing for Gary Antoine. I was doing the same thing for Richardson Hitchins. I had criticisms for Richardson Hitchins and the funny move when he was in line, when him and Liam Powell was in line for Sabril, and they both decided to get out of line. And then Liam Powell decided to get back in line, but I think that was more of Eddie's doing. You know what I'm saying? Eddie being Eddie. Because Eddie, that's why I started looking at Eddie and saying, hey man, we gotta watch Eddie in these moves. But I was doing that for Richardson Hitchins, and what he was able to do was he actually was thrown a life raft from Eddie when he pretty much got shelved over there on TMT. He wound up being one of their success stories. I talked about how he's never fought a guy with an upside down record. How he came right in and went straight to a weight class where he was supposed to be. He didn't shrink himself down like these other guys, going down to 30, going down to 35, draining themselves, weight bullying and all that. He came in at 40, fought notable guys with notable names, and got it out the mud. Never fought a guy with an upside down record. And then when he went and got his championship, he did it through the IBF with a 10-pound rehydration. Very like that can't go unnoticed, and I always give people with the IBF a little extra credit because that's the weight class. If you can fight under the IBF, you belong in that weight class. If you say I can't fight under the IBF, you don't belong in that weight class. That means you have to hydrate more than 10 pounds in that weight class. That means you don't belong there. Point blank period. Just because you can do it and you can make it, oh, that's part of the rule. Like, yeah, but that don't mean you belong there. And we're starting to see it because these fighters are actually looking better when they actually move up to the weight class they're supposed to be. Well, after Richardson Hitchins went in there and dismantled Kambosos, he got his turn at Kambosos, just like everybody else. I remember Shakur. I remember seeing videos, interviews. I remember Shakur saying that he wanted a Kambosos. I remember Keyshawn saying he wanted a Kambosos. But when Richardson Hitchins get him and then stop him to the body. Oh man, he wasn't nobody. But they do this. They do this. This different strokes for different folks. The boxing world do this. The dumbass people with the microphones and these loud ass microphones, they do this. Why? Because they followers. So after he got in there, he did what he needed to do to Kambosos. Teofimo Lopez was there. Teofimo Lopez got in the ring. They had a moment. They reached out to the crowd. They asked the crowd, hey, is this something y'all want to see? And the crowd was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. And then Richardson Hitchins also said F the Haneys the other night. So he knocked out, he stopped the guy to the body that put the blemish on T.O.'s record. The one who actually got the nod. The one who put the sole blemish on Teofimo Lopez. He stopped that guy. Then he gets Teofimo Lopez in the ring, which is a unification. Something that everybody be crying and whining about now, which is a unification. He got him in there, and they agreed. They were like, all right, cool, we're going to do this. You know what I'm saying? And they had the same, that's the other thing. They had the same manager. They had the same manager, the same management. There's also a history, because I always say people be trying to Mandela affect me, when there's a history with Turkey saying that these two guys were going to get it on at Alcatraz. And people still, they don't bring it up. All these articles. Mike Carpenter come out and he did 2 articles here recently where he came out and said, yeah, the dates are being moved. Like he came out and did one on Gary Antoine. I didn't even give no date. I'm like, what the fuck is this article? The date has been moved for, it's like, oh, no shit, Sherlock. It was supposed to be November the 16th. It's like we at the end of December. Of course the date been moved. They're still gonna fight, but no date. He'll come out and do all of those things. But they don't come out and they don't ever talk about the whole thing about Alcatraz and nothing like that. They don't ever talk about how, like, Teofimo Lopez and Richardson Hitchins were supposed to get a bag from Turkey to fight. It checked all the blocks. It's black versus Latino. Pure boxer versus boxer puncher. New York. It's New York. You know what I'm saying? It's a New York affair. It's a unification. And not to mention that if that fight would have went down, guess what would have happened? The winner would have no longer just been just one belt, or the winner wouldn't have been as unattractive as a 140 pounder with an IBF. It'd have been a 130 pounder unified. So you not only get an IBF strap, but you get a WBO strap. How about that? That's what it would have been. People didn't say nothing about that. So guess what happens? That's because I started with Shakur. I jumped over here to Richardson Hitchins. Guess what else happened? This guy decides that he was 40 proof. No, 40 proof might not be a whole lot, but most of the time it's, when you talk about proof, you talk about alcohol content, how potent something really is. This guy got to a position to where he started smelling himself because of the company that he was keeping, and he started rising. He had a personality that was infectious. Everybody liked Keyshawn. Because everybody can relate to Keyshawn. We grew up, everybody had several Keyshawns around their neighborhood. People that were just like Keyshawn. Energetic, high speed, it's about that action, the thump with you, just high energy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Might have a little, might be a little, you know what I'm saying, Pollo Loco, you know what I'm saying? But hey, most geniuses are, right? Start smelling themselves. Like, he came along after the whole, after Top Rank had went through the whole mismanagement of Bud and how maybe they didn't manage him the best way. Maybe Bud didn't take advantage of opportunities. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? Let his fans tell it was all Top Rank. You know what I'm saying? Let Teofimo Lopez tell it. the black fighters was getting the royal, you know what I'm saying, the royal penis is clean treatment, your highness. You know what I'm saying? Like, let him. So who knows? We know, because we done content. Like, there's videos out here. I know I've put down wax, been very thorough about what was going on over there at Top Rank. And it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. But yet they learned the error of their ways when it came down to, you know, how they were handling their fighters. And you can see it because it was evident in how they had handled Jared Anderson, aka Big Baby. You know, how they handled, how they was trying to handle Shakur. They gave him an event. They stunk it up. Like, he stunk it up. He had people walking out. Because in his mind, a winner's a winner's a winner. He just gonna do barely enough, and that's all. That's what he gonna get on top, play keep away. You know, that's it. That was his style. He had people walking away. He had a whole event. He had the whole FS1 thing or whatever, and had people walking out. But they gave Jared Anderson, they gave him the keys. He was coming out in pimp hats. He came out in a jail uniform with handcuffs and all that. Keyshawn, he came out with a band. He got to pick his opponent. Not only did he got the leftovers of Gustavo Lemos coming down from 40 after going to war when eliminated with Richardson Hitchins, even though Richardson Hitchins don't get no credit for beating that dude at that point who knew he was getting ready to get a title shot. It would have been him going at Liam Paro had he won. That's why he fought that hard. He was in shape. He was doing it under the IBF. He had the eye of the tiger. He pushed Richardson Hitchins to the limit. Richardson Hitchins, he wasn't he didn't really, that was his first time really going through the IBF thing. Didn't really cut the weight right or whatever. Didn't have no nutritionist or whatever. He still thugged it out. Never got dropped. Never got knocked down. Got pushed to the limit. Right after that, that guy goes over and fights Keyshawn for an eliminator. Keyshawn then gets Baranchek. After Baranchek, he's cooking with gas. We all thought, because he kept saying Tank name, Tank name, Tank name. I said, watch when this dude win. He's not going to say Tank name, say Tank name, say Tank name. He didn't say Tank's name. So right after that, he had the world at his feet. Guess what he does? He goes, and I wish I was a fly on the wall, and I wish I could ask him this one question. How did you, bruh, with all cap aside, how did you come up with the fact that you wanted to fight Edwin De Los Santos? How? Because it's kind of odd that that's the fight that a lot of, like, the boxing purists, they wanted to see that Edwin De Los Santos and that Shakur running back. Now, Shakur only fans, they didn't want to see it. Why? Because that was danger. That was stranger danger. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to see that. But I always wanted to ask Keyshawn, how did you come about choosing Edwin De Los Santos? Why? Because we wanted to see that fight ran back with Shakur, and we know that was a dangerous fight. Even though he was inactive, he had a little blood clot, had a shoulder injury, whatever, you know what I'm saying, coming back or whatever, had been inactive or whatever. But we still thought it was a pretty dangerous fight. It was just like Schofield and Shakur. It was like, man, that's dangerous, man. That fight gonna have playback value. We gonna see somebody had to bust a move in those fights, right? Didn't get to see either one of them. Why? Because Keyshawn blew weight. He threw his belt away. At the time, I was saying, man, I seen him in a picture. He was in a picture with Avius Griffin, and who came back. He got back in the win column. Salute to Avius Griffin. He got back in the win column here recently too. But he was in a picture with Tiger Johnson and Avius Griffin, and Keyshawn looked bigger than them both. I called it. I said, man, this dude looked like he bigger. He the welterweight size. I don't know. I'm like, he big, y'all. Like, he ain't got no business down there at 35. He did that shit with he picked on my guy, the guy who I gave Fighter of the Year. At that time, he made that point to pick on this guy in the moment. He basically had a meltdown at home. He have his meltdown. His fight get canceled. Why? Because Edwin De Los Santos say, hey, listen, I ain't fighting. Or his people told him, hey, man, you can't fight. Let Keyshawn tell it. He say De Los Santos wanted to fight. And I believe fighters want to fight. His management said, nah. His management probably told him, "Hey, listen, man, this dude, he tried to weight bully you. He probably gonna try to fuck you up, man. You know, he been practicing with that weight. You depleted yourself. Take that bag, go back home, get yourself right. Guess what? Edwin De Los Santos recently had like a first round knockout. You know what I'm saying? Got back in the win column as well. You know what I'm saying? He came back here recently. But in that time when the man said, hey, you know, he was retiring, or, you know, basically, I think he had to say that because he got sat down. In that time, in that nook, in that cranny of boxing time, we start having these rumblings. At first, it was Shakur and Roach. And I'm like, well, hold on, man. That's when I came out and said, hold on, man, that math ain't mathing because you got bad phalanges. And how can you fight Roach if you can't fight Tank? Then he was like, oh, nah, well, he say the reason why that didn't happen was because Shakur say he was going to take the rest of this time out this year and come back right at the beginning of next year because supposedly he was supposed to be letting his hands heal, right? That's what it was. But ironically, the point in time when this man was sitting around, this man right here, he was sitting around taking his time off. We heard the Tank, it was the Tank and the Jank and all this, but he could go around and he could go around and help this guy spar. That's what caused me to say, hey, the math ain't math and you got bad phalanges. How are you sparring this heavyweight, cruiserweight, whatever size you want to call Jake? But this man had to take some time off. And at the same time, we start hearing rumblings of this. And if anybody knows anything, first of all, I just went over how the night when this guy got blackballed for coming out and saying he was a free agent, he got a little overzealous to say, hey, I'm a free agent. He just wanted to let the world know. I don't think that should have been done or whatever. Eddie had to spank him for it. Turkey had to say, hey, I'm not working with Eddie. I'm not working with Africa unless he's over there with Eddie. And he pretty much got his, you know what I'm saying? He pretty much got his lesson. So he got blackballed, even though he was the one that had Turkey on record saying Alcatraz and Tio. He was the one that had Tio get in the ring after his fight, doing the ceremonial thing. That was him. He is the one who, if the fight would have went down, it would have been a unification. That's this guy. But all of a sudden, we get this. Now, if y'all recall, Teofimo Lopez also had history with Keyshawn. So much to where when Keyshawn came back, he said, man, out of all the people, this guy is the guy who actually checked on me. He actually called. I'm surprised. He was the one who actually said, you know, you good. And he said, yeah, man, all this aside, whatever, it was just promotion, blah, blah, blah. He cool with me. Shakur managed to. He said, listen, in his words, he got on the horn, called up Teofimo Lopez. Now I'm not no genius, right? But I recall that Richards and Hitchins and Tank, they were cool, right? They're not as cool as they used to be. Shakur and Tank were cool. They're definitely not as cool as they used to be. Shakur and Devin, they used to be cool. Definitely not as cool as they used to be. He get on the phone to make a fight with Tio. So all of a sudden, Richards and Hitchins is out. Keyshawn Davis is out. And now he got Tio. But he says that when he wins, he's going to drop the belt and allow his mans to have a shot. Now, that's not how boxing works. But that's what he says. And I'm sitting here thinking, I'm saying, hold on, man. Do either one of these guys on the far right know that they kind of just got played? Why? Because I told y'all about how Shakur name was on the contract that Jermaine Ortiz had signed prior to the Teofimo Lopez fight. He got put on ice. Now, Barate also said by way of Timothy Bradley said that he had a contract with Shakur's name on it, and we got to think that those were two of the guys out of that 6-fight deal, $18 million that Top Rank had on deck for him. Jermaine Ortiz and Navarrete. And it's proof because Jermaine Ortiz fought Lomachenko. Jermaine Ortiz fought Teofimo. I don't know who put the idea of Keyshawn fighting De Los Santos, but that was really Shakur's work. But if they confide in each other and they talk, I'm knowing they had to run it by. I'm knowing Shakur had to probably run the fact that he's going to go ahead and fight Teofimo Lopez by, especially since Keyshawn Davis was ranked so high in the WBO. Right? But how in the world, with an announcement being made with Richardson Hitchins coming out saying that Jermaine Ortiz, it was supposed to be him and Jermaine Ortiz, where that would have been a great look for Richardson Hitchins. Why? Because that would have been a great defense. A guy who shared the ring with Lomachenko, a guy who shared the ring with Teofimo Lopez. You almost had Teofimo, but you got the next best thing, which is the guy who put the blemish on his record at 40. There would never be no talks about Shakur fighting Richardson Hitchins. Why? Because they friends. Nobody says nothing about that. Like, there's never no conversation. So out of all the people up there, that's already a conversation not to be had. He never says Sabril and ask him about Gary Antoine. See what happened. But he picked Tio, who was his brother's food. Well, his brother was getting ready to take care of a guy that they wanted him to spin the block on. That didn't happen. Why? Because he blew weight. All of a sudden, Richardson Hitchins, he don't got Tio because Shakur got him. He has a Jermaine Ortiz, and now all of a sudden, he gives the alley-oop to his brother to take Jermaine Ortiz and fight on his undercard. But people were saying that when Richardson Hitchins had Jermaine Ortiz, he was cherry-picking Jermaine Ortiz. I can't make this up. So now all of a sudden, they say that Richardson Hitchins ducked Keyshawn, when Keyshawn was acting for damn near just as much money as Richardson Hitchins had. And Keyshawn lost his belt. Richardson Hitchins kept his. So I'm like, hold on, man. I don't know how, I don't know what kind of mind fuckery, I don't know what Shakur has to do, but think about all these moves I just talked about, y'all. Shakur was able to mind fuck the fans and say and get them to say that O'Shaquie Foster was ducking Ray Ford when O'Shaquie Foster put belt the ass to get a WBC interim to be in the catbird seat to fight this man. But the narrative is O'Shaquie Foster is ducking Ray Ford. Not that Ray Ford got to go get something to do, got to go make some shit happen. No. Now the narrative is Richardson Hitchins is ducking Gary Antoine, who has a mandatory fight coming up in January or February, I believe, or the first part of spring. The narrative now is that Richardson Hitchins is ducking Gary Antoine when he had Teofimo Lopez in the ring agreeing to a unification. Not only did he steal the man fight, but he give a lob to his mans to take the next best thing in Jermaine Ortiz. And now you got Richardson Hitchins getting ready to fight Lindolfo Delgado, who nobody want to see. And they're going to shit on that man for that. And there go his payday. There go his, I don't know how his payday going to be. It might be decent. I'm not sure. But it ain't as attractive name as, it ain't as attractive as Jermaine Ortiz. No way. It's not. And the whole thing is, this is what I say. Everybody probably looking like, well, okay, yeah, okay, we can clearly see how he put the lube to Richardson Hitchins, and Richardson Hitchins still walking around thinking that they're friends. Richardson Hitchins, Shakur is not your friend, bro. Like, I don't know. Newsflash, Richardson, you ain't got no friends in boxing, Richardson. If you didn't know this, Shakur is not your friend, bro. And you like, okay, well, you can see how he took Teofimo Lopez off the table. Okay, cool. And then he took Jermaine Ortiz, and then he put his man on his card, right? And gave him Jermaine Ortiz. Okay, well, how did he do that? How did he fuck over Keyshawn? He fucked over Keyshawn. Why? Because he put Keyshawn on the spot. And I always said that the technical boxer, what is Jermaine Ortiz's moniker? What does he go by? The technician, right? The technical boxer is Keyshawn's weakness, bruh. So a guy who had Shakur's name on the contract, who Shakur left high and dry, therefore he got a fight with Tio, arguably beat Tio. Shakur don't move up and fight him. Shakur is moving up to fight Tio. He's putting his mans on to Jermaine Ortiz, that is his kryptonite. You can't tell me otherwise. Why? Because the boxer, puncher, the brawler, Keyshawn don't have no problem with that. Think about all the guys who he won't fight. He went the distance with Nair Albright. He don't have no problem with no brawler. You try to go in there and just thump and come forward, you know what I'm saying? That boot shit. You coming in with a fighter that's tailor-made for boots, that same fighter be tailor-made for Keyshawn. If you flat-footed, smaller, you just want to brawl, he gonna spike the shit out you. You got a little bit upstairs, some lateral movement, can box and move, stick and move. Yeah. So you put your mans on the spot. He got to show up and show out. Why? Because the narrative should be that Keyshawn made all the excuses in the world not to fight Richardson Hitchins, because if I'm offering up your belt and I'm saying, look, make me whole and give me this amount, especially with the condition that you just had, when you lost your belt, you gave Abdullah got your belt. He earned it the hard way because of your shenanigans. You blew weight. You get in the fight. You had to go sit down. You've been inactive. You ain't done nothing. You ain't really showed no real remorse. Like that was a lie for you to get a belt. But we let Keyshawn off the hook. We say that Richardson is ducking and cherry picking when he actually had Jermaine Ortiz, and then we let Jermaine Ortiz off the hook to go get this guy, this wild card, and Keyshawn on the undercard of a turkey fight, and they all get bailed out. Why? Because of the turkey money. That's the only way this shit could have happened. That's the only way it would have got financed. Nobody else was gonna finance that bullshit. But it's a good fight. The man is playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers, and they don't even know how the fuck they getting slid out. And you thinking that he ain't neither one of y'all mans. Why? Because he just set Keyshawn up, and he just took, in essence, 2 fights away from Richardson Hitchins. What's up, AC?
What's good, bro? Yeah, I was just looking for the villain that I would say Shakur is. You feel what I'm saying? Because
you went out.
Oh, pardon me. Basically, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna go back to why and clarify why I said Jay Prince taught him well. Because for me, the boxing industry is very, very much like the music industry. They're the same ways actions. You're an independent. You know what I'm saying? You got to get people to buy those albums. So what you do outside the studio has an effect on what happens at times in the studio. So with that being said, Jay Prince knows how to maneuver people and then epically fuck somebody over. And I'll always go back to his handling of Anne Marie. If people know how he handled Anne Marie, and then when Jay-Z got in his ear about Beyonce, and Beyonce's people got in that ear, Beyonce's whole sound was Anne Marie's sound. That that joint that Jay-Z did, that was an Anne Marie song, because I heard her sing it first. on an unreleased mixtape that came out of that area. You feel what I'm saying? So everybody know, like, that's in the music industry understands that you did this young lady horribly wrong, and she was it. You feel what I'm saying? So when looking at that, you look at, if I got such a good relationship with you, I had this good relationship with you, you're like a sponge to what I'm doing. People say, look at what Al Heyman taught Floyd Mayweather had to do. When you're around these people that long, you learn little tricks of the trade on how to maneuver your pieces on the board, because everybody then becomes a chess piece on the board. You know, and it all depends on whether you're gonna defend your king and how you're gonna defend your king. So with that being said, I'm just saying Jay Prince taught this young man how to maneuver people and maneuver his peers. The second thing I wanted to say that you was talking about was, I have this question. Who does Turk want to represent his ring belt? Because when you was talking about the Richardson Hitchins versus Teofimo Lopez fight on Alcatraz, you spoke of the two belts, but that ring belt would have also been on the line. Whenever Teo gets in that ring belt is pretty much on the line.
Okay.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So with that being said, for Ring Magazine, who does he want to represent his belt? And that also leads into, you know, people talking about the business of boxing and other things like that. How will it affect this fight if it's close, which is heavily legitimate argument. When I say this is concerning Jermaine Ortiz. If Jermaine Ortiz beats Keyshawn, Shakur is in a win-win situation, because then nobody's ever going to mention Keyshawn versus Shakur ever again. No one has the legitimate argument of saying, oh, y'all ruining division by the two of y'all saying y'all not going to fight X, Y, and Z. That's just on the face value. That's what I guess the early thinking or looking to build that building is going to be the foundation. That if this dude loses this fight, I'm scot-free of anybody ever talk like, what, he just lost to Jermaine Ortiz? Bro, what is you talking about? You see what I'm saying? You could already hear it. You can kind of like already hear these talking points within the thing. And I just wanted to hit back on the Berlanga versus Rescindi's fight. I think it's a really good fight. I think Berlanga, as brash, being a Puerto Rican from Brooklyn, that dude wants some sort of retribution on somebody, you know. And if that's what he's going to bring to the table, you know, it is what it is. What I can say about Berlanga is, at the 168-pound division, who really sells a fight better than him? Who's going to come out with the antics, the theatrics, you know, all that crazy New York, East Coast type stuff? None of them dudes is going to do it. So he's like your A.B. and Blair Cobb rolled up in a Puerto Rican dude that you can just, yeah, he's made a name because he's got that string of first round knockouts. Then he went in there with the, and I'm doing the quotes, the air quotes, with the great Canelo Alvarez. Then he gets sparked out by Hamza Shiraz. So you've got a good mixture of the dude. You know what I'm saying? So he's at the point where it should be, I really don't give a fuck. If he's there, fine. If you're not there, Rescindi's is going to put you there really, really fast. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a guy that I'm like, Berlanga, after looking at that Caleb Plant fight, you got some cojones on you, bruv. Because for you to say, you know what, I want that Rescindy smoke, and he's riding that, that forward momentum of a big win like that off of Caleb Plant, he takes that momentum in there and he beats you. Rescindy's is pretty much a lock-in for one of those vacant belts that's about to pop off. I don't know what sanctioning body he's in, whether he's WBC, WBO. I don't know all of that about Rescindy's, but he beats he might be in a really, really good place.
What Caleb Plant had? I thought Caleb Plant had the WBA. Was that the WBA?
I don't even remember, bro. I'm not even. I think
But whatever
Caleb
Plant, because Caleb Plant had the title. He had the I think
he did have the WBA belt when Canelo fought him, but after that fight, I don't know where he went. Like, what was his sanctioning bodies?
But yeah, I mean, what's up, Pop?
Same old man. Did y'all talking about them? Y'all talking about them two butt buddies, bro?
Yeah. Tricking the game, man. Like for somebody to say you've been tricking the game for too long, I'm like, I don't see how they don't see. Like, Shakur is a smooth criminal, man.
Fact.
Like, that dude can throw. He can throw a motherfucking speed bump in front of somebody. Cause in one breath, he got Ray Ford. He threw Ray Ford down in front of Oshaki.
Yeah.
Then this shit he just did with Richardson Hitchins, like where he basically took T.O. and then Jermaine, then he gave a lob, put Keyshawn on deck for Jermaine, and that's like, no, that's a fight you were supposed to have. Like, how long are we gonna get away? Like, I don't. If he can keep getting away with it, cool. But like, he has fully insulated himself to where even with Richardson Hitchins and the fact that they're cool, it's like he don't ever go in any interview and defend Richardson Hitchins the way he defend Keyshawn. You don't ever hear him say, "Oh, nah, man," and go out of his way to like insulate Richardson Hitchins from some of the bullshit he get. No, he let him take all of that shit. Then he used Keyshawn, and Keyshawn don't even realize he's being used. And this is a dangerous fight. I don't care what nobody say. You can say what you want because everybody got, they saw what he did to Gustavo Lemos, out of shape Gustavo Lemos. They saw what he did to Baranchek. But let's be honest, Keyshawn let a lot of people off the hook on his way up, and there was a such thing as a top ranked diet. There is a such thing as a top ranked diet.
Yeah,
this not no foregone conclusion that Keyshawn Davis is going to be able to beat Jermaine Ortiz. He arguably beat Loma, and he arguably, in our book, we had him beating T.O., but it was the business of boxing, so he really beat T.O. It's like the technical boxer has always been Keyshawn's problem.
When it comes to Shakur, as sometimes when I think about the shit he be doing, I just want to grab him by his little neck and just lift him off the ground and just wring his little neck. Like, I'm glad Abdullah is like one of the smaller ones and shot, but Abdullah more like he's seen it early before he didn't have to go through the back and forth. He just cut him off. That's why I like Abdullah so much. Keyshawn, this shit really hurt for me. Keyshawn, bro, what are you doing? I mean, you niggas got matching outfits. What's going on, bro?
They got matching outfits?
You ain't see that post?
Nah.
AC, did you see it?
Nah, but I was gonna speak on the fact that
bro, they got matching outfits. Look, this Shakur and Keyshawn matching outfits, gray hoodies. They got the same hoodies on. It's like, what are we doing here, bro? What are we doing? And more, what I'm seeing on Instagram and Reels and everything is the Zab Judah talking about how him and Floyd was brothers. And Mike Tyson, I keep seeing that clip more and more and more. As the more they talk about this brotherly love, You know what I'm saying? I keep seeing that Zad clip more and more and more. He was at Mike Tyson house. We ain't gonna fight. And Mike telling him, y'all the best two in the world. They're gonna offer y'all like. So maybe Shakur is trying to like psychologically. I don't know.
Bro, I'm gonna put y'all on, man. It's proximity.
I don't know, man.
To me, it's simple proximity because you're talking proximity to what in this era is the best boxer, Terrence Crawford. So if that dude is calling me little bro, how nice do you think I am? That's number one. Number two, proximity to the bag. Bud is Turk's ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
This is Lil Bro. So what I say has influence on y'all on all y'all because none of y'all closer to the legends than me. Like what legends you come walking out? Andre Ward ever show up at your shit? Bud ever show up at your shit? Where's the last time you dudes got a picture with Terrence Crawford, Andre Ward, and Bud Crawford? Oh, none of y'all? Okay, cool. So respect how I move. Hold on, let me finish. Respect how I move. Now, that proximity has gotten me closer to the bag. So in the age, like I always say, perception is reality. I can get you to do what I want you to do because the perception of the inner circle I'm supposed to be in, it is what it is. Everybody got to fall to you.
I seen last night, I was watching, when we come to Teofimo, I went back and watched, like, at least I think I might have watched like 15 fights. Teofimo can say, hey, I had Bud's trainer commentating multiple of my fights saying how good I am. He ever did that to you, Shakur? And we fight on the same damn promotional cut. They never asked Bomac to come talk about you. They asked Bomac to come talk about me. And I was putting niggas to bed. Yeah. I heard it last night. Multiple fights in Texas. Bomac was saying how good T.O. was. Multiple. So the trainer of the year. And I'm gonna run your same narrative, AC. The best fighter and all this, that, and the third. The guy who made him who he BB, ba. Illest nigga in Nebraska. Coming to see that little Ecuadorian homeboy with the smooth hair. All the way in Texas to watch him fight. He ever did that for you, Shakur?
Okay.
He ever do that for you?
But the point I'm making is, don't no fucking body know that. But people actually see the shit that I'm talking. No, you know that, but when you talk about how my influence, how am I able to call this guy up, come see him at a couple of sparring events or whatever, show him love and then say, we cool, we boys. Now I'm gonna dip out and I say, yeah, I done put another piece, you know what I'm saying? I done bought another piece to my chess set. Now I done got all the pieces on my chess set. Now it's time to play a game. You feel what I'm saying? Just like the murder little puppet thing. Mm-hmm. Let's play a game. Just like the robot, the super smart computer. Shall we play a game? That's where this dude is at. He collected all the pieces coming up through the industry, knowing who's the weak personalities, knowing who's the strong personalities. I can't get you to be my boy because you look at this shit the same way I do. These other guys who may have disparities, yeah, nigga, ain't nobody gonna fuck with you like that. You black as hell. You just too fucking black. Nah, ain't nobody fucking with you like that. You come on my side. You come on my side. I got you, bro.
I got you, pretty boy. And sorry, y'all. I'm off the say, you know what I'm saying? I'm good right now. Same thing like you, though, buddy. I'm trying to get rid of this cold, but in a different way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Trying to get this congestion out a whole different way.
That's the problem. See, that's the problem when you drive a car too much. You be going outside with them little thin ass jackets on.
Nah, hey, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna keep it gully with you. I ain't got the heat fixed in the car yet, and I work 20 minutes away from the, and I get off at midnight. So, you know, eventually I'm gonna get a cold. You feel me? Eventually I'm gonna get a cold. You feel me?
That's like
It's
driving
alright.
driving with the windows open uphill
You
both ways.
smell me? You smell me that? You smell me? But you know y'all know where we come from. When you 80s and 70s babies, you built for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, I shrug it off. I don't need but 2 days, and I'm back at it. But all I'm saying is that if I got somebody, if I'm T.O., I'm going to be like, hey, man, the narrative that you running with, MC, I'm going to keep on running with it and be like, the guy that you think is the guy that made him, he was at my fights saying how great I was and how great I would be. He never said that for you.
Are you right about that?
He ain't never do that for you, little bro. Here's another thing, little bro. I can see it, AC can see it, Body can see it, a lot of people can see it, Abdullah can see it. Your little mind games don't work no more, homie. You're not that smart. And to be truthfully honest with you, I think you got a little bit of self-loathing, because why'd you fix your teeth? That your gap was signature. Why'd you fix your teeth? I'll be real with y'all, man.
Chasing the bag, bro. He wants to start him now. He may have a cameo in a movie.
Michael Strahan is up in the millions, close to the hundreds of millions of dollars. He ain't fixed his teeth, and his signature is the gap in his teeth. Sack leader had the record for a minute. So when people get your signature, you wanted to fix your teeth, you wanted to do this, you want to say the fans is on your dick. No, we not. We tired of hearing you talk, and it's not what you do in the ring is not what you say. Say you go out style him. Say you go outclass him. Say you go showboat and do this. Don't say you gonna punish him and beat him up. That's not what we see. We ain't seen that since 26.
But the issue is that he got Richardson Hitchins, got Keyshawn Davis, got Raymond Forward, thinking that this dude is gonna look out for all of them. He got all of their best interests in, because again, for me, it boils down to proximity. That's just my view. Somebody can have a completely different view, but to me, I think the way certain things run nowadays in this era, you got the influencers. The influencers could be dumb as hell, but because they got 1 million followers, people feel what they say is legit. The proximity to an influencer, if that's your man's, then guess what's going to happen when people find out? Your numbers are going to go up even more. When it comes down to Richardson Hitchins, when you look at that beef he was having, when he brought up, yeah, y'all keep saying people like me and Shakur are boring fighters. I'm gonna show y'all what's a boring fighter. So he interjected Shakur's name in that to say, yeah, y'all say I'm boring, y'all say he's boring. I never heard anybody say Hitchins was a boring fighter. You feel what I'm saying? But he wanted to put himself in that same category for proximity and let people know that I'm viewed the same way as Shakur. So when you look at how people are maneuvering their perceptions, that's where, you're looking at this chess move. You feel what I'm saying? Or three-dimensional chess move that Shakur just did on all of these fighters. He literally got people thinking that Shaki is actually ducking Raymond Ford.
Oh, hold on. So let me ask you this. How many fighters did you name that Shakur got mind control over?
Well, we're saying these four. Well, right now, Body and myself have noticed, or I'm just gonna speak for me. I have noticed that this Raymond Ford thing, it's this Africa thing, and this Keyshawn thing, and
so
these are three of the names that's being touted as the rising stars.
Okay, hold on. So, guarantee you, I don't know Raymond Ford like that. Like I watch him, but I don't know like his story like that. But looking at Keyshawn and Richard Hitchins, they definitely rode the short bus to school. I'm a dad. There definitely was a problem, whether it was an attitude or something. So I give you that 2 out of 3. You know what I'm saying? I think Raymond Ford just probably using it to, you know what I'm saying, get back at a title shot. Keyshawn, I'm gonna keep saying it. You're Tim Drake, baby. You're Tim Drake. You got to get out of that Tim Drake role. For y'all who don't know who Tim Drake is, he's the Robin that don't evolve. He don't turn into nothing. He just get old and then go get a family. Bruce, you know, set him up to be good for the rest of his life. He never needed anything. But he never evolves. He never becomes his own. He never goes out and see what he can do as his own. You're not Dick Grayson. You're not the guy that turned into the Red Hood. You're not even Batgirl to turn to Batwoman that turned into the commissioner. You're not none of those. You run a convenience store when it's all said and done.
But let me ask you something though, Smoke. What was up with Keyshawn like changing camps? Like what did he like? Because I thought that was kind of sporadic.
AC, you ain't telling how I felt about that? You ain't telling. All right, cool.
Nah, this is the first time you've been on since I've been on your show.
I get to say it again. Excuse my language for everybody. This bitch ass nigga. This bitch ass nigga Keyshawn Day. I come from an era of where, listen, if you mess up the bag and you got the heat and the people on you, and we a team, you gotta fall back, bro. Because you can't bring heat to the team because you messed up. So you messed up really, 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 really bad, bro. We let it slide. Nah, for real, body. We let it slide a little bit, bro. We let it slide. How he messed up. If any other person would have been in that position, how he messed up, we'd have lit his ass up.
I know, because I was one of the ones saying, all right, we got to keep that same energy. So I took the heat for it. You know what I'm saying?
We let it slide on him, right? And I was one of the ones like, not even, I didn't defend him, but I didn't say nothing. So that's letting it slide. So let's go through it, bro. 1, it was your show. 2, you brung out Iverson. And if you know where we from, body, that's mega. That's not big, that's mega. You got Vic. See, here was good. You got Vic and his whole football squad to pull out. You had Shaq pulling up, Iverson pulling up, because once president, once CEO of Reebok. You blew your own endorsement deal more than likely. Am I at 5 or 6 right now?
I think you had 5.
You got your little brother, the one who got the most potential. You got his contract terminated with Top Rank. Or that's what we say. That's 6. You start a fight with the guy that beat up your older brother, your big brother, Nia Albright. That's because he beat your brother. That's 7. 8, you miss weight. Lose the belt on the scale. 9. De Los Santos don't take the fight. So now your fight canceled. You don't even fight. 10. The guy you was talking shit to in the press conference, Abdullah Mason, has to save your card.
And that's the 10 Keyshawn crash out.
Dude. I got one more. You don't know how to act. You don't, because your mama was on a cruise on a vacation. So you had, that's 11, 12, you had city councilman, mayor, Iverson, Vic, Shaq, whole college football team. you don't, and you can't act accordingly and do what you're supposed to do because your mama wasn't there to tell you how to act. Cause she took a cruise because she felt like everything was gonna be good. So that's like 13, 14 things, right?
Yo, you tell your moms that when she come off the cruise that Ma done fucked everything up.
That's 13, 14 things. Then you got, and so the fact that Bud and Bomac and Bernie, and if they don't call you every day, so you got your really big feelings hurt. They don't call you and say how you feeling, how you doing. No, bro. When the heat cool off and you pull back up, we know how to run it. But right about now, bro, we got a lot.
Hey, listen, I know this for a fact. Molten metal, don't nobody want to touch with their bare hands. So all that shit you just did made you molten metal. You gotta wait till that shit cool off before somebody reach out and try to touch you. So he, you know, Keyshawn is where he is. However, he gets to come back from that. That's going to be all up to him, his path, and whether or not he gains that trust back from a promotional company and stuff like that. But for me, I'm a circle back to the guy that we talked that's there. For me, Pop, I said this. I don't know if you was on the panel at that time. I said, look, Ortiz beats Keyshawn. Shakur gets a win from that because everybody stops talking about the Keyshawn versus Shakur fight. Because the Shakur fans are going to constantly throw roadblocks in it because, you know, for most of them, if you have a loss, you don't deserve to fight him. He's undefeated. Why would he fight a guy with a loss? You know what I'm saying? According to them, but Lamont Roach is a great fight. So the way they're gonna operate and move around that, Keyshawn may be in this type of situation. And this would be my best advice to give Keyshawn. Get you a fight in at 140. If you can't get the Frank Martin fight next, go to 147. There's some real smoke up there for you. I think you're big enough to compete in that weight class. Go to 147, bro.
Look, man. I gotta put it back on the evil genius, man. I gotta put it back on the evil genius, man. Shakur is so calculated that right now there's a wild card because it's coming up. It'll be coming up on a year almost. So you got inactivity. You got a new weight class. You got a guy that, because Jermaine, he got active. This ain't an inactive Jermaine, and he just stopped somebody. So he said he's been working on becoming more aggressive. So he's a boxer puncher, but but his name is the Technician. So, and he's not a small. He's definitely not a small 140. He's definitely not. He's on a larger end. He should probably be taking his ass up there to welterweight.
Who, Keyshawn?
No, both.
No, Jermaine.
No, he's talking about Jermaine Ortiz. That's what Body talking about.
Oh yeah. You're right about that.
So Jermaine, this is a must win for him. Cause you gotta think about it. You swiped this fight from Richardson Hitchins, and you have the whole back and forth. See, if you went for Richardson Hitchins belt and you didn't get it, might get a little more leeway because they'll say, oh man, he's just a technical boxer. Like, you just gotta, you know what I'm saying? Because that's just like Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz didn't have power. Like, he got power, but he don't got, in the grand scheme of things, he don't got power. He just now kind of trying to, I mean, he's 28 years old. Like, he got his grown, he ain't gonna get no bigger. Like, so he didn't beat you with power. It's the technical, pure, like lateral movement, like the technical boxer is the kryptonite. And that's more toward Jermaine Ortiz. You take this fight, you got a new camp. I don't know who's gonna be your coach. Who is his coach? We don't know who his coach is. You know what I'm saying? And this is almost like a must-win for Keyshawn. He lose this because right now everybody's still high on what they seeing on his ascent. But I've been keeping it real on the ascent because I had to do it. So, and that's what protects me from jumping on everybody and just being like, oh, they the best thing since sliced bread. It's like, no, you in a type rank diet, and we gotta see those advantages, disadvantages. We gotta see some mixture. Like, this is one where you ain't bigger than this guy. This guy's your size or just as big. He's a technician. He's been in there with Lomachenko. He's been in there with Teofimo. Teofimo can crack too. He know how to negate power. He know how to use his leverage. He know how to frustrate you. He know how to enact a game plan. It was good enough to actually beat Teo.
I went back and looked at that. I went back and looked at that last night too. That was one of the fights I looked at. It's I'm gonna let you finish.
But to me, this is wicked work. This is what I call wicked work from Shakur, and it's a chess move. It's like, dude, you just threw, like, it's like this some shit you could make a movie off of this kind of shit, because it's almost like your mans don't even know. Your man's like, yeah, it's my opportunity, but it's like, who would know better? It should be an alley hoop. You should be able to go in there and just spark this dude. But like,
Abdullah know better. Abdullah know better, and I'm allowed to say it now. Abdullah seen it way before anybody else seen it. That's why I give him so much more praise. Like, fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, he changed up a lot because Bomac used to be his manager, so he signed with Jay Prince. So that's his new manager, and they're stating that there is no announcement yet on who his new coach or trainer is.
How different you think that's going to be if he go back to Bomac? It's going to be strictly business for a while, because you was in a great position. We did not have you in no great position. You screwed the pooch. You dropped the ball. You fumbled everything for not just you. When you gonna take accountability? See, you're like a female that got caught and don't want to give it and don't want to just fess up. You still ain't really fessed up to anything, even after all your interviews and sit back being quiet. The fact that, like homie in the chat saying, that you was upset, your feelings was hurt because Bomac wasn't calling you every day, every month. Bro, newsflash. When you mess up like how you messed up, and we trying to build like how we was building, you screwed the pooch, bro.
Well, on a psychological level, what it says is, see, that's another move to where, like, it make it seem like, because that wasn't the problem. Like, to my understanding, that wasn't the problem. Like, I kind of did personally. I said, oh, well, that's something that they knew. They knew he couldn't make weight and all that. Okay, cool. It's a collective thing. But when you make moves like that, that almost kind of make it seem like, yeah, I got rid of everybody. So it's like, okay, so like, what are you trying? What's the deeper meaning in that? You basically kind of throwing them under the bus and saying, oh man, I had to get rid of this. I had to wipe out the squad, sanitize everything, and now blah blah blah. But we know that that's not the problem. So that's like some weak shit. You know what I'm saying? Then that's not the problem. That wasn't the problem.
How you gonna go through Shakur to get to the sheep? And guess who's standing right there? Bud, Steve. as is, pushing his whole team through there, getting them on cards. How you gonna go through Shakur and do that? And let's not act like y'all. Ain't no brush off the shoulder. Shakur was like that tweet just because it was maybe he deleted it or something. But remember he said them rag heads and all that.
Oh yeah,
they ain't never forgotten, bro.
That was part of the. I was gonna cook on that. I was cooking on so much other shit. I also said that's diabolical work from the Sheik too.
But you know, listen, if you know 1,000 there, you know 100,000 there, you know 1 million there, you know 100 million there, you know 1 billionaire, you know 100 billionaire, probably trillionaire. The more it go up, the pettier they get, the longer they can play the long game on you, bro. And you will be stuck, and you're gonna need them now. Like me saying that I'm not with, and having Bomac hit Jamel and tell Jamel to put it out on his podcast. People don't even understand that right there. People don't understand that the only thing Bomac said after Keyshawn, all of this, that, and the third was, I'm not gonna say nothing about that man, so I won't hurt his integrity. That's what you know what I'm saying. That's the only response from Bomac. Not I don't know nothing or I'm still on the team. Ain't none of that shit. So Keyshawn, what y'all was building, and you was a big part of it. Like, bro, for a little while, they can't be. You got to be the left ass forgotten, like not even seen. Like, we ain't ditch you, but like we ain't saying nothing until the smoke clears and the heat die down, and then you can pull back up and everything be the same. But you got on Shakur's card, like everything's banking on Shakur whooping Tio. Because how many more Shakur cards will we get if he don't whoop Tio? That's just on me. I see it.
It's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. And with Keyshawn in his headspace, that's a lot of pressure on him. He's in a must win. And they gonna act like, you know what I'm saying? They gonna act like, oh yeah, because I hear people saying it. I hear people say, oh man, Jermaine, he gonna stop Jermaine. I'm like, man, he didn't stop Naya Albright.
I ain't gonna stop a guy that's never been stopped.
it ain't impossible, but I'm like, man, like, odds, and you thinking you gonna go in there with that on your mind, man, that shit could end up bad. Or you can show that you really are the star, and Keyshawn could be, and Shakur could really be bringing about his own demise, because it's a double-edged sword, because they're the co-main. So depending on how Keyshawn perform, he go out there and stop that dude. Okay, temperatures will be rising, and then they're gonna be looking at Shakur. Everybody gonna be like, all right, now it's your time, Shakur. You can lay an egg. Or your man could get like he can get dropped or look ugly or get or not get the decision, and then Shakur gotta go in there and fight after that, and seeing your best friend, your twin pajama man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be having the same twin pajamas, dude,
bro. I swear to God, I'm oh man.
Twin onesies.
All right, I'm gonna say it. I want to see T.O. at least one time knock the juice out of his damn little Jerry curl ass fro. Just once. Like, the fact that people just got, like, Shakur is just so superior to T.O.
Yeah, like he's like T.O. is not gonna hit him one time in the entire fight. I'm like, bro, y'all really think this fight gonna go down like that? That shit is crazy work.
Yo, I'm hearing 9-3, 10-2. I'm like, what the fuck? He's so superior. So y'all gonna compare Zepeda comparing Yoshino and Padley to Kome, Nakatani, Lomachenko, and Josh Taylor, y'all gonna compare those guys to the like T.O. seen it. And T.O. knocked Kome out early when Kome had a name and was still good up in like.
I had this thought.
Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. I'm tripping.
I was in debate with this dude about Richardson, Hitchins, and stuff like that, and somehow or another they got in there, and I was bringing up I was like, listen, you telling me Hitchins is avoiding all the smoke? You trying to say he's ducking? Like, give me a name on who you say he's ducking, because you just said in the video, and I timestamped it for you, that you said he does not want to fight the top guys, but the Turk had a card with him in Alcatraz with Teofimo Lopez, so that got us into the whole Teofimo Lopez conversation. And then I was like, look, here's the deal. And he said something weird about Teo versus Shakur, and I said, look, here's the deal. Most of this new era of boxing, we talking everything after the Ali era and certain fights after the Tyson era. You got great fighters that people say arguably this person beat him, depending on what side. And you could be a fan of his and be like, yeah, I kind of thought my guy lost that one as well. So for me, if you're able to be in that area and the judgment is not crazy egregious, you can come around and say, yeah, I kind of see it all three ways. The way Body has come around to see the Lamont Roach and Pitbull fight, I've come around to see it that way, where I see all three sides of it. I see why it was a draw. I see why I felt Lamont Roach won, and I see why people say Pitbull won. So I see it all three ways, and it's like, yeah, no matter what, I'm not gonna beef with you about it unless it's egregious. But this Teo thing, what I'm saying is this: he's been in those situations, to whereas for me, it's just that small group of fighters that are gonna go down in history, to whereas you look at them and the fight was that close. You know what I'm saying? Or you may have felt differently the first time you watch it, but you watch it the second time or maybe even the third time, you find out that the fight was a lot closer. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, I could kind of see why they gave him the victory, but yeah, it was still a good fight. Teo is one of those guys that are like that for me, because when I look at the fights, you know, with the exception of the Kambosos fight, he did come back and they both got the drop, so it came down to certain rounds. So for Kambosos and in Australia, whatever, it was perfect timing. It was perfect timing for some of the other losses. Were they good losses or were they bad losses? Was it a loss that we just saw a one-sided ass whooping and they gave you the fight, or was there very close rounds, some competitive rounds that was hard to score, but they just gave it to the other guy because at the end he might have been a little bit more busier, or they gave it to you, or they gave it to you because you might have been a little bit more busier? Because when you look at those type of situations, was it the business of boxing or was it something else? Because he didn't have the big names. These were times he was complaining about not getting the big fights and the big paychecks, and he's like, I didn't even make over $800,000 yet.
Teo?
Yeah.
Okay, one, he was lying. That's just one. He was lying. Two, other than him actually losing to Kambosos, the Sandor Martin fight, when I walked out the building that night, I felt like, damn, T.O. probably lost that fight. Outside of that, right? Shakur, like having a loss, that don't mean shit, bro. Shakur, I'm not gonna go into what T.O. had, what was wrong with him, whatever. Because I seen the dude that punched him in the damn stomach. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. He was a damn fool for letting that guy hit him.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar, when he let Brock Lesnar.
But you want to call him, bro? That dude is like way bigger than Brock Lesnar. The guy that punched him in the stomach. That dude was way bigger. Like he did, like there's this kind of bell thing that you got like grip and pick it up, and like only a certain amount of people in the world can do it. Like a literal handful, and he did it on like the first try. It's certain people you don't let hit you clean. Like, okay, I'm gonna put my arms above my head and let you punch me in my chest. You are on the spectrum. What I think, I'm gonna be real with you. I think, bro, I'm gonna be truthfully honest with you, bro. This dude's like 6'8", like 370. You let him hit you. It's like, no, okay, cool. I'll make it. Okay, cool. Would any one of us put our arms over our head and let Mark Henry hit us in his prime, in the stomach?
Who?
For real, not wrestling. Mark Henry.
Nah.
World's strongest man. I give you the wrestler, but the world's strongest man. Yeah, somebody go get their ass. Would you let him hit you clean, out like in the stomach, and you just got your arms above your head? That's what T.O. did. Tell me on this panel who would do that. Clean, not no wrestling punch, a real punch. Mark, hit me in the stomach. Show me what you got. That's what T.O. did. So when he fought Cambosis and he had 2-3 collapsed lungs, I believe it. The dude you let hit you, there's a word that we can't say anymore that we used to say all the time. It started with an R, ended with a D. A couple T's in it. Some A's. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Bro, are you for real? That's what that's like. But I didn't even give him slack for that. But just to say that this fight with Shakur, like people are saying that I can't see T.O. winning this fight. I'm like, the way you're making it and the way y'all want to make it, if T.O. draw or win this fight, he can write his own ticket. Because he beat the great Shakur Stevenson. How's he great? Who's he beat that was that guy that you was like, yeah, who?
That's what I've been asking, and this is what I've been trying to say. What has changed since, let's just say since post Padley? Okay, he stopped Padley.
He beat
Since
Zepeda.
then, you went in and you got Zepeda, but I'm like, who the fuck was Zepeda? When you look at Zepeda, it was like, okay, Zepeda had a reputable name, but Zepeda just went. He had 2 back-to-back fights with Tevin Farmer. The first one he arguably lost. If they would have gave Tevin Farmer that win right then and there, it wouldn't have been no number 2.
Nope.
But then he went in there and he cleaned it up, did a little bit better in the second one, did a lot better, more body work, whatever. And then we see what Schofield did to Tevin Farmer right after that. It's like, so did that was the thing that catapulted? Because I'm seeing people put Shakur as number 5, pound for pound. Top 5 pound. I'm like, based on what? Beating Zepeda? That's why I say I'm like, other than the boxing writers and Coppinger and the Ring magazine and all the articles and being in Bud Shadows, like what the hell did Shakur do to all of a sudden put him at top 5 pound for pound?
I always ask the question, and I get a lot of mumbling, and I'm just hating type of joint when I say, okay, y'all telling me this dude has all this elite stuff. What elite fight has he been in yet?
Now I get it. He does have all this elite stuff, but
I don't know it's elite until he gets in there and gets in there with an elite fighter.
Do you know how to apply it? Do you know when to apply it? when it gets nitty and gritty, does that even matter? And then you just got to stand 10 toes down and be a dog? Or when your IQ get in there with somebody you know that overwhelming you, how do you change the fight? Are you one of those fighters?
Okay, so let me ask you this question. I got 2 questions for you.
Go ahead.
The first question is, does Shakur become who he is and who people think he is without Bud Crawford? And number 2, the second question is, what elite fight has Shakur been in?
2, none. 1. No.
Right.
That's simple, because he jumped from Andre Ward to Bud Crawford, but still kept Andre Ward. So he's kept all the greats around him because of how his style looks and who he's beating and how he's done it. But it comes a time where the rubber meets the road, and you have to fight somebody that's really like that. And when he fought Valdez, I gave him credit for that, but I was like, yo, bro, like, that's big and better. Like, that's the fight that you needed to like an established name. Jamel at the end of the rope. Hadley.
That's like the Cambosos for Hitchins. It was like it was necessary for it was it was a name, it was necessary, but it was like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? All right, Valdez, okay, cool. Because when you look at Valdez, that dude barely, like, that man came, he did some, man, I'm talking about, he was coming within an inch of his life, getting beat within an inch of his life, and he came up with that knockout to Burchell, man.
He's lost every big fight since he fought Shakur. He
got the shit beat out of him by Navarrete. Navarrete tap danced on that nigga.
You feel me? So, I mean, that was a necessary fight. Hadley coming off a 2-week notice. Yoshino, no. Zepeda, I was like, that's a solid win. But like, y'all act like this off of what y'all seen him fight them guys. He just gonna dog walk T.O. and T.O. been trying to make fights and make them exciting.
To his own detriment.
You feel what I'm saying?
But
so
yeah, even to his own detriment. But see, Zepeda, that's like the Boots, that's like the whole Boots argument all over again with me, as far as like, I'm tired of seeing these guys that's tailor-made. That don't tell me nothing. When you look at all of the styles, when you keep seeing these flat-footed, because they say that's what they were saying about Tank. Oh, he all these flat-footed mess. I'm like, okay. So then he switched it up. He changed up his opponents. It was like, all right. I mean, he's a flat-footed, come-forward Mexican-style fighter. Like, a lot of body work, not that accurate, don't have a lot of power. You could smack that out the park.
So
and he did you. Like, he stole you. You know what I'm saying?
When it comes to
he almost knocked you out.
Almost knocked your ass out.
He almost knocked you out.
And look, if you, I don't know if y'all been watching, Shakur put out 2 episodes.
Yeah, I've been watching them.
You see what he said in the first one. He didn't get his daughter where she wanted. He said, next time I get you what you want, but you can't say it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But see, you already instilling your daughter not to keep it real. He's like, yeah.
Did I say that?
But look,
but
this what he said. He said, he's like, man, and how smart is she? Because she was sensing, she pretty much sensed that's what everybody. It's like, nah, man, the little girl, that's your daughter, bro.
He saw what she
hit
saw.
you, man. She said he almost knocked you out. Like,
what she saw. Kids ain't got no filters, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Like, he almost knocked you out.
Yeah.
That's what she said, bro. Don't try to. That's how people be like. That's how you be getting a whole bunch of people that where they can't tell you what's like. I don't want people around. Like, nah, and that's the beauty about children. That's the pure beauty about children.
Jadakiss, man. He didn't listen to the last Jadakiss album, man. It costs nothing to keep it real, bro.
Yeah, but here's a question that I proposed to this dude that I was debating with. I said, what percentage of fighters did Shakur fight that he never sparred?
20. I'll say this about Shakur, right? Shakur has never seen anything like Tio. Tio has seen similar things to Shakur, and they acting like that, like, oh, it don't matter. Okay, it don't matter. You say so. Y'all want to keep talking about that Samuel Martin fight?
But I'm trying to. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, if you're able to manipulate all your fans, you have your fan base believing whatever you say is golden rule. I can't deny it because Shakur said it, and if he said it, Clarissa Shields is gonna co-sign it, so that lets me know everything I need to know. But the point I'm making is
Papoose girlfriend, because that's but
the
point on the East Coast, Papoose girlfriend.
The point I'm trying to make is, okay, you want this fight with Tio, right? This fight, a lot of people like myself and many other people think it's going to come down to will and mentality because it's supposed to be that close. So the narrative is will and mentality, the whole mental game between both the fighters. So if that turns out to be the case, if that does wind up being the case where the fight is mental, where have we seen Shakur implement what he's able to do to like these other fighters and control them and make them move like chess pieces and have them fight and then have the general public do this and that? What part of that is showing up in facing Teofimo Lopez?
We gotta see. That's the crazy part about what you just said. There is no blueprint or whatever to go back and look at, because I went back and looked at Shakur, Abdullah, Tio, right? In the last few days. Eye-popping, Abdullah and Tio. Shakur looked surgical from his 26 fights. The Padley fight, if Padley had a full camp and you did that to Padley, it would be a little bit better. But like coming off of a Padley, I need you to stop working on his house and come in here and fight Shakur in 2 weeks. That's just not something that you can ask people to do. That's just being truly honest with you. You beat Cepeda, you beat a pressure fighter that can take a punch, but really don't got no power. He just throws out punches. I spoke to a lot of Mexicans.
And no accuracy.
Yeah, no accuracy. He just throw punches. And they said, they was like, okay, we should have been got this fight because Cepeda been in protective custody. Like they had no faith that I spoke to 5 pure Mexicans, bro. They had no faith in Cepeda. None at all.
Nobody did. That's why I don't know why they oversold him so much. I was like, and this happens. This always happens. Like,
how could you?
Like, they I don't know, man. Like they oversold. Like
at one point, I know you about to kill him, right? At one point, he was number 1 across the board.
And that's what I was gonna say. I was like, I think it all started from when Cepeda moved himself to be the number 1 position to challenge Bakaram.
Not Bakaram, but at that time, Hold on, let me go down with it.
No, it was Bakaram. It was Bakaram, Tank.
No, it wasn't Bakaram. Bakaram's at 54. That's the boogeyman.
No. What is Bernacek?
It was Baranchek.
Yeah, Baranchek.
Baranchek.
Wow. I knew it was a B somewhere in there.
Yeah, it was Baranchek, Tank, and at the time the WBO.
And Loma.
Loma was the IBF champ.
Yeah, Loma was IBF.
Was the WBO.
Tank
was the WBA.
Shakur and Baranchek. Those were the 4 champions that he maneuvered himself to be number 1. And we were talking what champion is he gonna fight? We automatically knew he didn't want no part of Tank. You feel what I'm saying? Because he never mentioned his name
at all.
So we was like, all right, Tank is off the board. You feel what I'm saying?
No, but hold on, let me. I gotta impart this. Do y'all realize that every time Tank was mentioned, as when they said he's probably gonna fight Zepeda, like that was the connotation whenever Zepeda was mentioned with Tank.
Yeah. You
like,
absolutely
oh man,
right,
like nobody
it was
never. That. It was the same thing with Frank Martin. No, nobody want to see that. But when it come down to, that's the only reason why. And I don't even kill him. I think Zepeda's decent. He's a decent dude. Like I can't take nothing away from him. Like he a decent dude. You know what I'm saying? But like that's my whole thing. Because when Tank was getting ready to fight, oh man, he probably gonna fight Zepeda. Watch him fight. They would use it like a negative. Like watch him. He probably gonna fight William Zepeda. Like it was that was the sentiment.
Just like you saying, right? How come Shakur versus Frank was a great fight, but when Tank fought him, it was like, why Tank fighting Frank Martin?
Nobody want to see that. Like
but if you say anything like that, you glazing, right? That's why I'll be real with you. I got this little nigga from Baltimore on a whole other panel, and I sicked them on niggas. Yesterday, and they was upset that he wouldn't let them talk. And he a little Baltimore nigga. Y'all niggas trying to talk shit about Tank. He wasn't having it. He wasn't having it. Yo, AC, John wasn't having it. I sicked them on
Lil Ja?
Yeah, I sicked them on because they were trying
Lil Ja that got the real, like, yo, I'm just
he got the action. I sicked them on him because I was like, yo, why y'all just want to say this and that, but y'all don't want to say this and that? And they was talking. I was like, all right, cool. I just sicked them on them and hit the mute button.
Yo, that little Ja.
It was funny. It was funny
Me
because
and Ja had a debate. We had like a 3-hour debate on. He felt that it's unfair for people to expect Errol Spence to come back after the loss he took to Terrence Crawford, but is okay with Terrence Crawford retiring, knowing that he can fight some more. I was like, bro, it's two different things. Errol Spence only lost to the best guy. Of course you want to see him come back when he's ready. Nobody would just want to see him jump in the ring immediately just to get beat the fuck down. That's not cool.
Nah, yeah, because, John, like in his early 20s, and he got a lot of wind. I was like, I'm not about to go back and forth and be swearing you niggas, talking about how y'all niggas try to double, because they was double teaming me. And I'm going to be real with you. AC.
Yeah, I had to wait for all of those. It's Brooklyn, bro. Police cars, motherfucker.
I was being cordial. But as you know, when you read, I'm really not cool with them, but it's not my panel, it's other people's panels. And I know how you gotta be cordial when you're other people's panel. But it was homie. It was an old boy. That was him and another dude was trying to jump me about Tank, right? So I'm like, I'm not gonna get super hot with you just because I know this is your topic. So I sick the youngin' on him. And he got them both quiet after a while. And then they was like, yo, y'all gotta let everybody talk. Nah, why I gotta let them talk? Why I gotta let them talk? Because I'm killing y'all narrative of what Tank is, and y'all don't want to hear the Shakur and everything. Why are we talking about him? Oh no, but we can talk about Tank, and we wasn't even talking about Tank. The fight we was talking about Murray Tyler and Cruz. Somebody said Tank, and it went straight there, and then everybody want to get their opinion. When the little young Baltimore nigga pull up, now y'all want to be like he glazing, but y'all wasn't just glazing. Yeah, I sicked him on him. I pulled a Shakur on him. Yeah, I was the Riddler. I lined him up, and he did his thing. Word. He came in laughing like, "You gonna do that?" I said, "Yeah, I'm gonna do that," and hit the mute button.
I wish my man Aaron Jones was out here, man, because I know he see this stuff Shakur doing, and
man, if
the game is, hey y'all, this is why I be harping on us telling the truth and us just being real. Like he almost knocked you out. Like we gotta be like Shakur's daughter, man. He almost knocked you out. We gotta tell these niggas, man, he almost knocked you out.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Do y'all be on Instagram?
A little bit.
Okay. I don't have my phone, but there's a guy on Instagram. And Body, I don't know if you know this. There's a guy on Instagram I'm not saying he's remaking The Wire, but he's doing after when Avon came home, and he's doing it through commentary. I'm hooked on that. That's how linked into Baltimore I am. I'm watching an Instagram series. It's better than damn TV series right now on what he doing with it. Like, it's crazy. That's how locked in I am when it comes to Baltimore. So I'm locked in. And I'm going to tell people listen to me. I've been all up and down I-95. From Atlanta to Manhattan to Connecticut. And I'm telling you right now, that fish sandwich where Bodie and McNulty was at, when you see like, yeah, that fish sandwich that they have there. Body, why are you laughing? Why you snickering? Why did you snicker? That fish sandwich, you gotta be bold enough to go get it. But that fish sandwich is the best fish sandwich in the world. I don't give a damn. I don't care if Gordon Ramsay try to outdo it. No, that fish sandwich, I don't know what they do to that damn fish sandwich. They put just enough hot sauce, just the right white bread, and they come fresh off the water, boy, and they fry it, just right.
That's what it is, bro. You go,
bruh. And they
don't gotta
don't know what grease
because the salt water already had the seasoning. Just a little salt when that shit come out. That's all you need. You don't even need. You could just serve that shit like that, bread, maybe a little squeeze of lemon and some fucking pickles, and you'll be all right.
AC, you had one? I'm just asking you. Have you had one from there, bro? Because you got to go in there like, bro, when I was like, it was some unsavory mofos in there when I was in there with my brother-in-law. But I was good, you know. My brother-in-law was 5'10", 250 pounds, bitch, 500 pounds. He worked for the Verizon Center before he passed away. So but when I went in there though, you know, I ordered my sandwich, bro, and I got that fish sandwich. Cause we watching The Wire. My God, AC. That's why Body was snickering. That sandwich is different, bro. They give it to you in a little brown paper bag.
What's this guy's channel? What's this guy's what's his thing on the gram?
It's called The Wire series. Oh, you bring my phone real fast, please? It's called The Wire, bro. He put in the battle rappers. He put in Tank. He put in bro. And to be real, you got to go back and like watch it from when he first started because he's on season 4. And he don't take long for the season to start. Word.
He's trying to use that Instagram pull to get that deal. Bring the show back on
Hulu, show back, bro.
On Hulu or Netflix or some shit like that.
Facts of life.
Even
Yeah,
that Paramount Plus picked it up.
Oh, it's
my
the wire.
lady keep telling me to do stuff like that. I'm like, man, I'm trying to be loyal to this boxing, but I'm like, man, it's starting to be some bullshit. That's
Bro,
why I
it's
was getting ready to
entertainment.
start saying.
It's called the Wire Stories, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, hold on. Are you monetized right now?
Yeah.
Oh no, I won't do it then. But I would have showed you like how he running it up, and with it's just a little animated. Like, you know what? I'm not gonna show where he but like he got it looking like this, and he got an animated voice talking over it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna look it up.
It's called the Wire Stories.
Shit, if you do it right, you could do all them series on AI, and AI will just keep cranking them shits out. As long as you nasty with it and know all your prompts to make it look smooth and seamless and make it look real, instead of sometimes you get that weird funkiness that you get from AI content. You know?
Now my lady, she started doing it. She started doing a little joint on Facebook. She done got nice. She done got nice with it, man. She got a little daily thing she do, man, with this puppet lady, man. But I was like, man, I'm trying to be loyal to boxing, man. But it's starting. That's why I was getting around to saying, man, that's why we just gotta be real, man. Like, regardless if we really fuck with these, because at the end of the day, we want them all to succeed. We want them all to get bread. Like, we don't really like necessarily just hate none of them for real. Like, I mean, we got our likes, we got our dislikes, but what's going on right now is the bullshit where you can't just be honest, man. Like, that's the whole problem with it right now. And then people, they come out, they push certain things, they say certain things. You like, where's this coming from, and why are y'all pushing this? It's like, do y'all see where y'all taking boxing? It was like, and I'm gonna leave it, man. We can close after this, man. I'm gonna say this. It's almost like when we seen Turkey doing what he was doing and how he was bringing it. It was like, it was good for boxing, but it was bad for boxing. It was good for boxing because, yeah, he was able to put the bread out for fights that we probably wasn't gonna be able to see because of the money. We thought that, okay, if money is the snafu, but it's a big fight, all we gotta do is, you know what I'm saying, call on Turkey. And so he gave us a little bit of that, but they wasn't necessarily all of the fights that we wanted to see. And now what's happened was he's inflated the purses to where it's like people be acting like they too good to actually fight like decent, good fights. Now they want too much money. And I'm saying that they kind of got spoiled. So in one breath, it's like, yeah, you a boxer, get all the money you can get. Like, yes, take advantage of all of it. But at the same time, it's fucking up the game.
Yeah, just on that note, just to speak on that real fast, for me, the biggest problem with that, and the thing that I thought the Turk was gonna do, which was the smarter business model, was I thought he was going to be the first to try to move, boxing back to free TV. Because the pay-per-view model, in my opinion, broke boxing a long, long time ago. Because you relied on something that was like, okay, I'm in my home, but it's still like I'm purchasing a ticket and buying a seat inside the arena. Cool, I get that. That part is cool. But then when you wanted to give us, some of these fights that we're looking at it like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you seriously charging me a pay-per-view fee for that fight? Like, why can't that fight be this, and that? Now, mind you, there was some, between what PBC was trying to do was, okay, I'm going to give you a card, but the card is going to be stacked with great fights, so your pay-per-view value was somewhat met. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel the value is there for the spectacle I'm about to watch. These fights, I've been talking about these joints, been reading about them, I've been following these guys. I really want to see that fight. So I ain't got no problem paying my $80-$90 for this joint. When everyone wanted to do the same thing and the fight level didn't matter. These are B-level fights, but just because you want to put them on a B-level fight main card and maybe throw in somebody that's got a decent name, oh, well, he wants this big payday, so the fight has to be pay-per-view. Okay, so you saw at the height of pay-per-view, the most you can do is 4 million households. That's Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather. I would have thought one of those Mike Tyson fights that were like the early pay-per-view fights on HBO. I would have thought one of those joints would have sold more or had more views or whatever, but it didn't. Right now, that record still holds, and it's 4 million. 4 fucking million, that's it. So that told you that business model already had its ceiling. And unless you can reproduce a Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather, you're not even going to come to half those numbers. Then the YouTubers stepped in, and the YouTubers first did their pay-per-views. And these dudes was cracking 2 million. 1.5 on the average, where your best name boxers are in the 3 to 700, maybe 800,000. So that lets you know that, okay, let's take a step back from boxing. We understand it's the business, but we can make these Nielsen deals and get the sponsorships to start to pay for the fights on the network. The promoters, the sanctioning bodies didn't want to come together and make that happen. Everybody wanted to be greedy. And then you add the fighters' greed on top of, they're seeing everybody, get paid, and you're looking at your promoter manager and you're like, how the fuck is this nigga constantly coming in my face with a different platinum grade, presidential Rolex or some weird ass Italian made shit that they only made 100 of them. And this dude's got on one of them, and I know for a fact this watch is about fucking $10 to $15 million. How the fuck does he have it and I'm the one who's getting my brains beaten? Nah, I want more motherfucking money, and they had every right to ask for that. So when you start to move to where we are now, and you got Jake Paul who broke it, and that's fucked up to say. Jake Paul came in and he just broke the shit because he brought it to Netflix and they did 110 million views. Something boxing hasn't seen since the Muhammad Ali days. Bro, that's where it's fucked up. And the Turk didn't, you would think with all of that money, the Turk would have threw that money towards networks and said, yeah, we're going to rebuild it to back to its glory days where it was on free TV and everybody can just watch it so we can bring it back. And then for these mega fights, we can possibly try a pay-per-view model. Or we'll do a subscription joint on one of these platforms and stuff, as long as they can guarantee us 15 to 20 million new subscriptions. We'll put that fight on our joint. So no, he didn't. When I look at it in hindsight, you didn't do a fucking thing that, in my opinion, that was good for boxing. Not a fucking thing. I don't give a fuck that you threw money at some of these guys and you overpaid some of these dudes that shouldn't have got that money. Because those fights still could have been made. But it's the fucking greed of everybody in boxing that won't allow the shit to happen for an outsider to come in. And you sold boxing De La Hoya. The most fucked up part is y'all sold the Ring magazine, America's lineal championship for all boxers around the world. You sold it to a foreign entity and it's never gonna come back. Yeah, you fucked up.
What he did, what you describing is it's just like sex. How everybody say, I'm gonna beat you. I'm gonna do. It's like, yeah, I mean, you gonna come with that energy, but at the end of the day, it's only a certain amount of ways that you can simmer saute that thing, and you gonna do the same thing that everybody else did, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he did the same thing. Eddie did it. They all do it. It's always these flash in the pan when they come in. They say, "Oh man, we gonna." Oh, and then because it's new energy, and it's like, all right, you gonna put your little, all right. So it might be, you might have one leg up on the headboard. Okay, well that was the right leg. Okay, so I tend to put the left leg up there. It's like it's the same shit. You came in, you did the same shit, promising all these other things, and you was gonna be different. And either way, we all still got bent over and fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like that's pretty much what it was. What's up, Calico?
Yo, what it do?
What's up, brother?
Just chilling, man. You already know, man. It's been a wild week, in the sport. I'm talking about even without a fight. It's crazy. Like I seen that footage, man. That shit was crazy, man.
Calico, what's good, Brody?
What's good, Calico? Before you start,
Job,
Calico, I just wanted to say this. The body point. We the old vets at the job looking at all the flashy young niggas coming in like this. Who that young boy over there?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Who that little nigga over there?
Yeah, man.
Oh man, hey, buddy, I gotta bow out real quick, man. Yo,
all right, man. Appreciate you stopping through, man.
Yeah, right, you know what it is, bro. Yo,
all right. Happy New Year's, man.
For real.
Good show, bro. Yeah, man. Like that can't be random. What happened to Anthony Joshua, man? You feel me? Yeah. I'm for real. Like, it was just atrocious. Like I don't know. I don't see how that was damn near humanly possible. You feel me? For them to got ejected out of the car like that, it was just all kind of stuff. It was just so ugly, man. That was so ugly. I feel like there's no way Anthony Joshua can be the same. And I mean, there's no way he can be better from this. Like we saw Terrence Crawford retire. I feel like if I've never seen a reason to retire, this is one right here. You feel me? Like if any of us have been in a car accident, and it don't have to be as major as that. If you just been in a car accident, you already know you ain't got no business fighting within no year of that. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe not even a couple years. So, man, I don't want to see the brother in the ring no more, man. I want him to leave the sport alone, because even, if my gut instincts is right, then he definitely need to leave the sport alone because it's crooked.
Of course.
Yeah. But
of course. I told my lady the first thing I said, man, baby, I said, you see this?
Mm-hmm.
I said, you see this, baby? I said, 2. I like, yeah, and I started putting the pieces together. I'm like, they said that man jaw was broken in how many places? 2 different places?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's 2 different people?
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me started on that, man, because I that's what I used to do. I had to, and I still do it because you can't help it. It's like one of them things where once you start peeling back the layers of them onions, you can't unsee shit. Like I see shit in real time. I see it, and I'm just like, damn, ain't nothing. That's why I be trying to keep the sanctity of this shit a little bit. Like I try to hold on to the purest essence of it a little, as much as I can, and it's like, you really can't, because this is what's consuming the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, was all of that worth it? Didn't they say that, man? I did not see something where they say that night, they say that 90, that 92, that shit got dropped down to like, he had to pay like 40 something. They basically damn near cut it in half and chopped a little bit more off. Like they took like 40 something out of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so what, like,
Man, the it's just
Yeah, the
crazy,
politics
man.
is getting barbaric. Yeah,
It's like it's nothing. It's like that's why I've been holding on, Calico. That's why I say, man, I be trying to keep it just straight boxing because it's like I saw it in football. I used to be diehard. I
yeah,
even got the
me
Eagles
too.
on my shoulder. I used to be diehard football. I could tell you, I used to win people money on the gambling and all that. I was like, man, but the shit is like,
Yeah,
once
rigged.
I seen that it's like overtly fixed at a certain level,
Yeah,
it's like I know boxing is kind of like that, but I'm like, man, the shit is like it's starting to be. It ain't even no fun no more.
Yeah, and
see,
It's like
that
if the purpose is for us to get together, have a fight, you know what I'm saying? Do some
and
gladiator shit. Everybody get paid, and then they walk away. Why do it gotta be some other shit? And I said, this is what we came to in America. We came to an America where any business deal, we shake hands, and there's always some motherfucker turning around saying, I really gave it to that motherfucker. It's like, and that's not good business. The best business deals are mutually beneficial. Meaning when we sign up, we do business, we walk away, we both feel happy. We both feel like, okay, all right, we won. We both won in some way. They won't let it be that way no more. Somebody got to give up. Somebody got to do something. Like you either gotta give up your manhood or life.
Man, like I don't think Tank Davis understand that could have been Coach Kenny and Coach Calvin, you know? Honestly. If he would have went in there and did what he planned on doing, because you know Tank was gonna break the script. Like we know Tank was gonna do his best to knock that motherfucker out. And he could have got the same punishment as what he don't understand. It's so crazy, man. Like I used to be a diehard Buccaneer fan, right? And I started seeing so much demonic stuff in the sport that too many players, as soon as they retire, they die. You know what I mean? I'm like, hold on. Again, another one. Again, another one. Again. And these are guys that I know I felt like they probably won a couple games they weren't supposed to. You know? And people think that they're going to collect instantly. No, they'll let them keep going. You know? But when they retire from this sport, they're not finna go off. Like, I can't name any black athletes in almost any sport that have just gone off into the sunset and enjoyed their millions of dollars. They either still working on the damn TV show for whatever reason, like they don't even need money, but they working for the, you know, for the business of the sport still to this day. You feel me? Like they're a slave to this system or something. You know, so I feel like as soon as they try to just break free and enjoy their money, it's over.
I told my lady that, man. You going into an area where I be telling my lady this stuff all the time. I said, babe, I was like, man, it ain't even like, yeah, they let you have a little bit of money, but like if you think you're gonna be able, that's like when they say you want to have your cake and eat it too. That's how they think. They like, nope, if you in, this is how it is, man. This is how I've come to see it, and this is what keeps me in bounds. If you are in entertainment and it's for, you know, fame or notoriety, you get the fame and the notoriety, be happy with that, because once you start trying to have both, it's no. It's thresholds, and there are things that come along with those thresholds and those barriers that you break. So if it's X amount of dollars, you go past, I would say probably about, this one ain't even gonna be monetized probably, but I'm just gonna tell it. It's probably around 20. Once you break 20, once you get around 20 and you start doing that on a consistent basis, oh yeah. And most of these people, they don't really even have the ability to be able to spend their money like that. They got bread, but it's like, it ain't what everybody think. It's like, it's like if you're gonna be a famous actor and you're gonna, you know, you're gonna be like on a one name, like if you like, you know how they say Tyrese and everybody know, or Tank and everybody know. You become one name famous like that, that's pretty much gonna be that. In this, it ain't no, oh, I'm done and I'm through and I'm what, oh yeah, because you are a commodity.
Yes.
And when these guys, just like when Prince started saying, "Oh man, get your," us like, "Oh yeah, you want to free other people, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to tell people how to get to the promised land, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
It ain't no. You done when we say you done.
Yep.
And so once you, that's why I say, man, I be asked this question all the time. I be asking people, how much money is enough money, bro? And I think people be trying to fly so high that they singe their wings. You gotta find that sweet spot. That's why I think people like Lauryn Hill, people like that got all the time in the world, they walk away is because it's like, and you can see it. I know some of my people. I could name two fighters right now. I could name two fighters right now to where I know I seen when the change happened. I seen when the things started going on, and I saw the difference. And both of them, they really ain't with it.
Mm-hmm.
They not with it because they already know, man. Like you start wondering why certain things are happening and why things keep getting in front and think, because it wasn't all these chinks in the armor before.
Hey, bro, I remember one off season with the Buccaneers, like about 2008. Two of the players was on a boat with another white guy, and they ended up, unalive.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm like, hold on, you talking about these athletes, bro? I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember that.
They swept that under the rug like it wasn't, bro. They ain't find nobody but the white boy with the boat capsized. Like, he survived by hanging on to the boat. But they, everybody saying that the black brothers got ate up by sharks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm sure, because they smell blood from the gunshots. Shit, the hell? And then he probably drove that boat far away from wherever them bodies were, and waited on help.
Yeah, man. Some people don't want to go, and then some people don't. Some people realize what it is, and they not inspired no more.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I can completely understand what y'all talking about, because my industry that I fell in love, dedicated my whole life to, sacrificed way too much for. The industry is still heavily racist. That's number one. The industry is still heavily biased. That's number two. And number three, the corruption in this industry, to whereas these accolades used to be earned to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's just blatant, straight out purchases.
Yes. Because
if award system is based on the minimum they come review your restaurant is 1 year, and you telling me someone got this Michelin star in 4 months, or 3 stars at that in 4 months? Come on, how much money did they pay? How much money did that country pay? Because where the space is quite convenient that it's in a tourist location that you want to big up now. So you see that, and then you're looking at situations where it's a black owner, but you could tell he's multiracial. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
He hires a African American looking chef. That chef gets him a Michelin star. Another YouTube blogger comes in and wants to do a film on it after old boy left, because he was offered a much, much better position with higher money, bigger kitchen, dream shit. Long story short, the owner hired a Spanish dude. This new blogger comes in, and they talk about the restaurant is in the manner that that's their first star. They never had a star before this is the guy who got them everything that they actually did. And it's like, wow, so I see where you edited the part where the owner was going to give praise to the first dude, and you completely took that out. And these are bloggers that are supposed to be unfair and just talk about the food. But you see that, and also you see some that just don't go to black-owned restaurants that have a Michelin star. So it's like, wow, this is crazy. So when it disgusts me at times to the point where, because I'm a person who felt that as well, to the point where I'm just like, I'm ready to hang this shit up. I'm done with cooking. But once I start looking back at my old videos and say, are you really gonna waste this much talent? All you need is your opportunity. If they ain't gonna give it to you, create it. And I could see where rappers and other sports people just walk away from it, because all of those things are not what you thought it was. Like Biggie did in his song, he said, yeah, I thought, coming into this hip hop thing, everybody was all cool once you made it. You got your albums, everybody cool with each other, this and that, collabs. He was like, it's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. It's nothing what I ever thought it would be. So for me, my mindset going in is, when I make this is enough.
Yeah, because you start making them above a certain amount, man. You start turning heads, and you start, it's wild, man. This shit is so deep, man. It's so deep, and like the strength that they have. It's like certain people, once they up out of here, they worth more. Once they up out of here, then you know what I'm saying. So it's like you are a commodity, man. That's why I'm like, it's a slippery slope. It's like, what do you want? That's why they ask you, okay, what do you want? What you willing to do? And once it's like, man, that's why they call it 15 minutes, bro. It's 15 minutes, man. You could turn it into an hour if you want, but please believe, if you start being too much on that Richter scale, you start pulling down and you start amplifying a little bit too much, then you're gonna figure out how greasy it's gonna get, and like what's really gonna happen, and like what you really gotta do. And I can't help. I wish I could say this, man. I wish I really could, man. But trust me, two of my boxers, I seen it specifically with two of my top boxers. I'm gonna put it like that. I saw when the change happened. I saw moves. I saw things, and I'm like, man, they like it's. I mean, it's going. They pretty much put a ceiling on it, and I can't. And I'm gonna say it like this: there's a reason why things aren't as fluid for some fighters right now that they were. Like, that is not no happenstance. That's not just because somebody said, oh man, I done made enough. No, because it was premature. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just wild, man. And then you can see who's being groomed for what and who's going to get what, and then you're going to see. Like, that's the tip of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
For that kind of cheddar, that kind of Monterey Jack, for that kind of Monterey, like, and that kind of fame, influence, notoriety, like, bro, like that shit is almost like, man, who, like, it's not if, it's when and who.
Exactly.
I was talking to my lady about it. I said, man, babe, I said, look at this. And she started, we done got to the point that we can look at each other a certain way and we already know what's going on. Like, if we around, You know what I'm saying? Especially we two Sagittarius and we together like all the time. When I'm not at work, we together, so we can damn near telepathically communicate. She already be knowing what I be saying, and I know what she be saying. I'll tell her, I'll say a couple words, and she be like, man, and she'll pick right up, and we already know. We talk about this shit all the time for hours. You know?
So, like some people take it for granted. They be like, oh man, that's Jake Paul, man. What you talking about, man? Or, you know, it wasn't that serious. You know, like we talking about millions of dollars. What the hell is you thinking? Like this is out of Jake Paul's hands.
Like for me, that's why I'm gonna keep it a beam. To a certain degree, there's a part of me that love to see this dude get his jaw wired and everything like that. Because for me, I despise what he tried to do with Tank and that whole accusation of the club stuff. Like, I'm a firm believer Jake Paul is 100% behind me, because the same guy that was in the audience that got up to ask Jake Paul that question, like they didn't know each other, and Tank called him out like, no, you a plant. You and him is a plant. Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? What y'all doing here? Is this scripted? What y'all doing? He told that dude, like, after that whole situation, you pull up and that dude's got this podcast and y'all just talking like, yeah, homie, love you, bro. Like, what? If you just met this dude at that press conference, how you get from there to love you, bro? So to me, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You're behind that situation. That's what everything, my instincts, that's what my hood instincts tell me. Like if I was right there in the circle, I'd have been, yo, Tank, let's go, bro. This dude trying to lace you up, my dude. Let's go spin a block on this nigga. We gonna catch him. So that's how I would have moved on it. But for me, everything that I'm looking at, we now in December. Where's this footage? Where's the police report? Where's everything that was supposed to have been said? Yeah, they and everybody, no, they investigating. What the fuck is they investigating, you idiot? They investigating how fucking stupid you are? That should be an investigation. I call out the FBI and the CIA, ATF, and every last one of them alphabet agencies. Because the shit you saying just don't make no sense, and nobody want to come to grips that, you know, oh, Jake is great for women's boxing, and he made the goofy statement afterwards, but you had that same type of accusation to where old girl is saying, no, I got the proof. I got the videotape. Let's take it to trial. You doing everything to keep it out of trial. You doing everything to keep it out of court.
See, but in a weird way, this is what happened. This is the way I see it. Because of how Tank got to where he got to, and how he did it, and the way he did it, this was like a dodged bullet, bro. He dodged a bullet, bro.
Yep. That's why they pay all money. What?
That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I've been saying. And then to hear this dude this morning do a whole live talking about, that's why you shouldn't have broke Jake. You shouldn't have broke his jaw, AJ. And I'm like, you bitch ass dude. Like, you bitch ass nigga. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is boxing. So what? I'm like, man, like, that's how you know people, there are talking heads out here, bro. Then this is why this channel ain't gonna get, like, it ain't even designed to get that big, for real, because then I'll be overshooting the target market of people that I want. But we have talking heads out here that are out here to prick the minds and to condition the minds of people to keep them with their blinders on.
Dumb, yeah.
To keep them dumb, to keep them just like, because they're there. It's frequency. It's like how often they're there, so often. It's like, and they're there, like I always say, it's like 7-Eleven and McDonald's. It's like You know it ain't shit good for you hardly in 7-Eleven, McDonald's. You might get some water. Every now and again, you get some fruit. But it ain't shit good for you in 7-Eleven and McDonald's for real. But they're everywhere. So you go there because you can get some batteries. You can get some. You probably can get some. You can get some gas. You can get something to drink. You can get something, a bite to eat. You can get some candy. Like, it's there, and it's frequent, but it's not good for you.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we got here online. Like, we got talking heads that are, and I'm like, that's all. I like, you read that and you saw that, and in your capitalistic nature, your whole message is that he shouldn't have broke his jaw. This is fucking boxing. Like, it happens. Like, so what you wanted all the glory. So if he would have KO'd or did the KO on or breaking the jaw, that was cool. So you are embodying and you are enabling an entity that's going to be the demise of the sport. Like, so people don't give a fuck about the sport. That's why I said this is the main reason. This is why I was, and you've been my witness, AC, the whole fucking time. I said, this is why I don't like the nigga. Like, this is why. This is why I don't like him. And I'm glad Tank dodged that bullet. Like, I wanted him to get the bag, but then again, I was like, man, if he get the bag, I wanted him to get it because I want him to do what he did because of how he got there. He got there off of being a little boy, throwing them hands and coming from he's gifted with that shit. And so he did it the way it's supposed to be done. He didn't have to do nothing crazy. He been doing it the right way. He had to coattail. He had to play no politics. He got in there by busting motherfuckers' asses like from since he was a little one. And so the fact that he dodged that bullet, bro, like, I hope he see that was a blessing in disguise, because it's almost to the point where you gotta realize, man, like, the higher you go, or like the kind of shit that you want to get, it's gonna come with a price. And I mean, that's all I'm gonna say, man. Like, so it's like, he who got ears to hear, let him hear. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say, man. Because that's why I say I don't like this. No, I don't like this nigga, man. I didn't like. I could see it from a mile away. That's why I called him the poison pill. I just called him I said we got a Trojan horse and we got a poison pill. It's like neither one of them are good, but y'all, okay, open up the gates and let them in. And what happened? You know how long I was saying that with the one nigga? I was saying, man, he's a fucking Trojan horse. And I've been calling here lately. I didn't do the thumbnail for it, but I was saying he's a poison. This is why I came up with this so long ago. I said this all this motherfucker was. If you know the story, you know the story, and that's all Jake is a poison pill. Yeah, you get something that come along with it, and it's like, yeah, but it's like you gotta look, okay, so you get this one thing, but then under there you gotta live with these three things. It's like a bad wish. It's like, if you knew it was a genie, it was gonna pop out and give you 3 wishes, but you knew, all right, your wish is gonna get your wish gonna be answered, but it's gonna be
but you're gonna get 3 curses in return.
Yeah, it's gonna be all kinds of fucked up underneath. Do you want it?
Yeah, they tell you,
just live how you've been living and just do, you know what I'm saying? Maximize your time. Maximize, like, try to be positive. Like, you do the 80-20, like, you know what I'm saying? Spend time with family. Like, enjoy your experiences. Like relish in every moment you got. Like,
enjoy the privacy.
Do goodwill to people. Like, but when you try to, I'm telling you, it's the Icarus thing. You fly too high, you gonna singe your wings. It's built for you to singe your wings. That's just how it is. They have taken the joy out of goddamn near everything. They have corrupted every fucking thing. It's like everything has like it's a movie, bro. It's a bad movie, man. And
it is. You
look at these NFL players. You look at some of the shit that be going on. Like when you really be looking at it, you be like, hold on, bro. Like, I be asking my lady, I be like, man, babe, come on, let's think about this. What are the odds? Like, I always ask that. That's one of my favorite questions. I'm like, babe, what's the odds that happen like that? What's the odds that it really? Hey. I'm saying like freak. I be saying like freak accidents and stuff like that, and people people catching cancer and stuff like I'm like, yeah, it happens.
Come on,
but like,
man,
what's
no
the
way.
odds?
No way, bro. Bro, watch this. Like, I seen, matter of fact, it's been 2 Buccaneer players that's done caught a rare disease that, you know, like, probably like a handful of people in the whole world has ever gotten type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Geno Hayes, a linebacker for the Bucs, and Mike Williams was a wide receiver for the Bucs. Mike Williams went to the dentist and ended up getting some teeth extracted and getting some kind of infection that just man destroyed him. You know, something about Geno Hayes ended up, like, I know when he passed, he was almost like 60 pounds. That's how small he had got. He was still holding on. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was in hospice. A young, used to be NFL linebacker that was still in his 30s. Like, these guys younger than me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm seeing all of them just disappear like this, man. You feel me? After the sport.
I got one for you. I'm gonna tell you one of the biggest ones that should have told everybody this. That should have shut. You remember when Black Panther came out?
Yeah. And yeah, Kobe Bryant.
No, and then Chadwick.
Yeah. Damn right.
Because they could not ever have. They saw how people showed up at them theaters and how people came. They said there would never be not another. No,
because because
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he was automatically a god in certain people's eyes, man. You know, especially the youth. The youth was gonna look up to him phenomenally. Yeah, they didn't like that. They didn't want that.
It ain't no mystery, bro. It's just this is what I do. This is what I do. I done seen enough. I know enough. That's why I'm like, man. That's why I kept it here. That's why I stay here doing this, because it's like, it's all fucked up, man.
Bro,
the minute I saw that, man, I was like, the minute I seen it, I've been trying not to like really like pay much attention to it, but it's like, man.
Like, matter of fact, Doug Williams just got killed this year. I say Doug Williams, I mean Doug Martin. Used to be the running back for the Buccaneers. He matter of fact, the police came to his home about some type of invasion, like a burglar or something. But obviously he's not a burglar in his own home. And whatever kind of scuffle happened, he ended up dying from whatever altercation he had with the police. You feel me? Why y'all coming in this man's house? Like Vincent Jackson, he was found in a hotel OD from alcohol poisoning, but he had left his mansion a month prior because he was getting death threats. He said he was getting death threats on his life, and he didn't want them to come there and hurt his family also. You feel me? So out of love, he went and stayed in the hotel as long as he could, huh? And whatever way they chose to take him out, they made it look like, he had a lot of alcohol in his system to that level that it, killed him, which I doubt. You feel me? Like, all these Buccaneers, this didn't happen to all these other players. I didn't see it happen to so many players. I didn't see too many players in the league getting shot. Just random shit, like, what the fuck? These car accidents and all this type of shit. Like matter of fact, look at the quarterback for Washington Redskins. Goddamn, they traded him to the Steelers with Mike Tomlin. How the hell he end up on the side of the road? I guess his car broke down. Boom! Knocked him off.
I told my lady, I said, man, you think this man, I said, this dude played football. You think this man don't know how to cross the street?
You feel me? Like, man, these people wicked, man. Like,
think about this. Think about what's my quarterback, man? Deshaun Watson. I said, man, he was gonna be the heir apparent.
Come on.
Man, the minute that man said, nah, man, I'm up out of here. You see how they came down with that shit storm and stuff? I said, ain't no way, bro.
Just because he want to leave Houston.
Ain't no way.
Just because he want to leave them rich Texans.
Yeah, man. I'm talking about. I ain't never seen that many charges on one player.
Man,
you know what I mean?
People say, well, they actually. I said, man, come on, bro. Like, they got a network, like just like they got the massage parlor, so it go hand in hand. They can get whoever to say whatever. Like, it's the same when you look at the Tank shit. It's like you can get somebody to say whoever. You got the burden of proof now,
bro. If Robert Kraft been an owner for decades upon decades, why they acting like goddamn Deshaun got more charges than him?
Yep.
This man been doing that very same thing for decades upon decades. You feel me? Like an old man. Like this man been doing it longer than Deshaun been alive.
I mean, when they Kurt Ursay with all them pills and all that other shit, they swept that shit. Now he out of here now, but like
man, what's that rich motherfucker? J.P. Morgan. Man, they found one of his boats had a whole bunch of kilos. Like we talking about tons of kilos that got caught. Like them people don't never really get in trouble. It's like, what the hell? They ain't no accident.
They got good lawyers that are friends with the judges, friends with the DA.
Yeah, man, they are the judges, friend. The judges
they
are
say,
the
okay, you caught him. You caught him dead to right. You caught him with everything. How much is this? How much is it gonna cost?
How much it gonna cost? Yep. That's all. Yep, because everything got a price. All crimes are commercial. People don't know that.
Yep.
Yeah, how can we make this go away?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how much is it gonna cost me to make this go away?
Back in the days, a murder was $1 million. So now with inflation, it's gonna need about $10 million.
He'll take the abuse from the public perception and everything of the trial and everything, but at the end of the day, how much is all of this this whole spectacle we're about to go through? How much is it gonna cost me? Well, about 6-7 million. Okay, you got that. I got that. So is that what goes to you? What goes to the judge? And we'll divvy everything else out on whatever investigators you wanna bring in or so experts you wanna bring to talk about this shit. I mean, when you really look at it, and the one criminal lawyer that I do know, you feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Old boy was like, man, listen, when you got money, or you come from money, or you got money representing you, you'll never see the inside of a county jail or real jail unless there's a lesson that someone wants to teach you. Other than that, it'll never ever happen. Rich people don't go to jail.
And that's what I was saying about that's what I was saying about Andrew Tate and Jake Paul, the way they both got their behind whooped on the same day.
Yeah, you did say that.
I say, man, I feel like that's a punishment because, for something they've done that they can't lock them up for because they're too rich, man. You can't lock them up.
Well, that's Jake Paul's accusation that he's trying to say is good for women's boxing. And Andrew Tate, if you on the political side,
womanize them.
This dude was actually involved in Germany with trafficking. Him and his brother.
Well, I do question what trafficking is because they'll say if you send a motherfucker a bus ticket, a plane ticket, then they be tripping nowadays, bro.
Well,
they really just do it for black men.
Those charges are in Germany. They're not here.
Yeah,
he was never charged for human trafficking.
It sounds like the real deal. It sounds like the real
over
deal.
there. If they got you over like that Stockholm where you were, like Amsterdam, Stockholm type joint.
Yeah,
it's like that's like going to Vegas and getting in charge of human trafficking. How the fuck does that happen?
Yeah,
like what egregious shit did you do?
Yeah, you pissed somebody off.
Pissed somebody off. Exactly. You feel what I'm saying? So that, hey, if people want to chalk up breaking Jake Paul's jaw to, Anthony Joshua losing two of his close partners, I'm like, that's, hey, y'all, that's where you want to go with it? Okay, cool. But for me, I just don't know. Maybe Anthony Joshua did some crazy shit to somebody over in Nigeria, or was supposed to represent something, and he didn't do that. Because sometimes those African governments are just as ruthless as an
Yep.
American government.
Yep. I think everybody just tried to rob Anthony Joshua. They were saying how much America wanted that customs. Like they wouldn't let him leave the country. Like Trump said, no, you ain't going nowhere without paying about $10 million. You know? And then he get over there to England, they do the same thing for more money. You know? And I'm pretty sure when he got to Nigeria, they like, get your ass over here, you know, and pay. Check in time, you know, or some J Prince type shit.
What kind of African name is Anthony?
Yeah.
You pay double. Name,
you pay double.
Are going to pay me aggressively. You are going to pay me aggressively $10 million. Aggressively right now.
Yep. That mean right now.
You call the Eddie Hearn guy and you tell him I want my money. You know what I'm saying? So
yep.
I just don't listen. At the end of the day, people who put money into you, people who back you, you know, I don't know all of who's behind who's sponsors and who's behind those sponsors. But at some point, your rise to stardom has a cost to it. Yeah. Especially in the entertainment field. It has a cost to it. You know, lucky these days, the casting couch thing was killed.
Yeah, it got exposed.
Me Too movement.
Yeah, it got exposed.
Like that. But Diddy kind of kept it alive a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So he paying for his casting couch issues. You know, everybody else, if you ain't willing to cough up that bread or, you know, do what a Floyd Mayweather did and going over to Israel and wearing that weird ass, you know, Dungeons and Dragon robe and shit like that, talking about he's a real partner and supporter of Israel no matter whatever. And it's just like, whatever investments you got that really hinged on that, bro, that shit is crazy work right there. That's crazy. So at the end of the day, man, listen, people's roads to become billionaires and, you know, hundreds of millionaires and shit like that, it gets very, very weird. You know what I'm saying? It gets very, very weird. And for me, you know, after a certain amount of money that I can literally make, and then my investments just have me on some crazy residual cash flow, to whereas it's either every month or every quarter, I'm just getting these huge dumps of money. I'm done. I don't want to be seen no more. I'll probably do some weird shit like Russell Simmons and go to some foreign place and just reside in the jungle doing yoga all fucking day.
You feel me?
For real, because I don't want nobody around me. I'm like,
bro,
don't touch me. Nope.
Bro, I know it sounds crazy. I'm gonna build my own lake, Lake Alcatraz. You hear me? Yeah. I'm gonna surround myself with alligators. You know, like it's gonna be like what's some kind of prison, maximum security. You feel me?
Yeah.
But it's no locked doors. You know. But I'm talking about ain't nobody getting across that bridge, bro. I promise you.
Yeah, and I mean it's sad that if you get to that level, you have to shield yourself from everybody.
Yeah.
Even your own children and your own family.
Yep.
I mean, just talking about examples, Mike from what's the name? From Archie Bunker. I don't remember his real name.
Yeah, I remember you talking about.
He passes away because of his son. Marvin Gaye goes because of a family member.
Yeah, his son too.
You feel what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the point I'm making is that You don't
Yeah.
know the mental status of how someone views you and your money. And that's sad to say that you could be the one to give everything to everybody. Nobody ever had any issues. But one of your greedy ass family members want to come through and rob
Bro,
you.
literally, listen, AC, listen. On the 11th, it was a chick. We knew her. It was a chick. She was it was her birthday on the 11th, December the 11th. You know, her son took her out of here, man.
Wow.
Shot her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like it was in Temple Hills. It was up here in Maryland, man. Like I was looking that shit up on the news. I'm like, man, we went over there to cookouts. Like her husband was my spades partner. We used to whoop people ass. Like that just happened, bro, on the 11th.
Yeah, and that's
son did it, bro.
And that's the madness. That's the madness of it, because it's the money to a certain degree where you see certain people, you say, why would certain people self-destruct like that? Because that opportunity of money and then knowing who's around you, you're like, I can't get this money. These motherfuckers gonna try to kill me or kill each other. Some people have the insight to see it and they'll just perform that little bullshit crash out, and you'll never hear from them again, because the money they make is on that low type shit. You know, I don't need to be in the face of everything to let everybody know what investments I'm making and how I'm making my money. I've been there, done that, and I saw that it was about to be a self-destruct between everybody I knew, everybody I cared for, and myself. It was going to be a harm to all of us. And they're not the ones who made this money. So
I seen this story, man. It's been a minute, and I kind of been following it along a little bit, like here lately. But like it happened. I think it was like last year. But like this dude, you seen that one with that dude from Chicago, the little rapper dude? Got this dude that was like homeless, like from around that he grew up with. Got this dude to go up there. Called his mom, said, "Hey, I'm coming to pick up some bread." She's like, "All right, I'm gonna leave the door unlocked." She had dude go up there, murk her, pistol whip the boyfriend for $3,800 to get the insurance, and now it was $90,000 under the bed. He get the insurance money and everything. He's getting all kind of cars, just acting like burning money, like ripping money in half. They put two and two together and caught him and put him in jail. Now he's somebody's girlfriend.
Wow.
I'm like, that's like, it ain't precious no more. Life ain't precious. Like the premium on what money can do and what notoriety and fame is, it's otherworldly now. It's like it don't. I'm like, these people don't even think about it. It's like you can't even spend that. I remember when I lost my mom, it wasn't no amount of money that I could take to numb that shit or fix that. That was back in 2005. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, man, bro, like the premium and what people put on this money, man, and the fame and people knowing your name and people being able to, it's almost like it almost repelled me. Like, I don't even like. It's you gotta watch out. You gotta tell the youth. You gotta teach people, man, because like the way it's going now and where we're headed. I'll be saying I always do these little 5-year benchmarks, and I'm like, now I'm not even saying 5 years. I'm like, right now. You can look online right now. Like you can read stuff, and some of it's put out there, but like you can look and see and talk to different people and see what the mindset is right now, and we in a fucked up place.
Yeah, because the crazy thing, Body, and I've been trying to sound this horn ever since I saw someone who's a billionaire in this space talk about this space. That's the AI robotic space. when I look at my youngest daughter, I look at my son, and I look at my middle daughter. Each one of them, within the next 10 years, life is gonna be completely different, because AI is about to reach maturity. And once it reaches maturity, that's a wrap. When you call a company, you're no longer going to speak to humans. So human operators are going to be a rarity. When you pick up that phone and someone says, hello, my name is such and such, you're like, you're a real human? Oh, yes, I am. Oh, wow, that is crazy work to finally hear a real human. So what people are not understanding at the subconscious level, everyone's in a heightened state of anxiety, because you know this thing that's coming is smarter than you. You know the robots that are coming. Just look at Boston Dynamic. It's a YouTube page. You see what those robots are doing. All you have to do is match that with mature AI. That's a wrap, bro. Or you factory workers, police, meter maids. These robots can look, and within their eyesight, they have an exact measurement to find out whether you're too far parked or whatever the case may be. When they look down the meters, they can just look down the whole block and tell which meter is off and which one is close. The regular meter maid gotta still do that stuff. They can be attached to that meter. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Cameras everywhere. Camera just takes the picture. The meter takes a picture. Meter takes a picture of your car. Now in the mail, you get the ticket, instead of the meter maid having to come by and use paper and stuff like that. So it's going to remove so many simple jobs that people took advantage of. People who work in the bus depots, the bus drivers, construction workers, road workers. All of these jobs can be replaced with this. The military is going to be replaced with this. So then people like Bodywork, Bold, and other people who that I know who went into military service early on as a career choice, or help guide them through their career and, maximize the benefits of it. I put my life on the line. These are the benefits that I demand and I want when I get back, and I'll make it happen some way, somehow after that. But at least I'm giving myself this head start. There's going to be generation after generation that just doesn't have that capability anymore, because we don't need humans. Sorry. So what happens to everybody? Everybody got this future coming towards them. So the human life, it doesn't matter no more, because at the end of the day, none of us are going to matter. And this is what these young people automatically see, because some of these weird ass blogs, some of these weird ass channels, even ones that I listen to, I see a 12-year-old listening to. I'm like, they're talking about this stuff. So these kids know what the fuck coming their way, and at the end of the day, if you're within that bracket and you're within those fields, or you're looking to go into those fields, you're looking at your future like, it don't look good and I don't know what else to do. I really don't know what else to do. This is why everybody's trying to be online and have something to say, and hopefully they get enough followers to monetize, and that becomes their living.
Yeah, I've been saying, I ain't say I gave up on it, but I've been saying, man, I'm here to just try to keep some kind of real talk, regardless of what's being made or what's going on, just to be something, because everybody's selling out, man. We got a bunch of people that's willing to do and say anything, people that are willing to be clowns, people that's willing to just tear people down, like this. It's just wow, man. Like you can get online and be, people will literally get online and be something that's deplorable.
Bro, let's put this in perspective of how fucking bad it is. You got Crips and Blood dudes that got YouTube channels and blogs. Like, what part of the game and what part of the street cred where you got ex-cons talking about things that happened in the 90s? Yeah, I was down in the music business. I used to run with such and such. K Solo, like he's got a chat. You know, now everybody wants their own blog. You got the retired sports dude. You got Jim Jones and everybody wanting a blog because the music isn't selling.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
like,
man.
Like, bro, look at. And then you got all these AI content that these people are producing albums in 5 minutes. So at the end of the day, what does this future hold for content creators? What does the future hold for boxing talk? What does the future hold for a lot of this stuff? So you can go to the clown stations and have them gaslight you and lead you. But if you just want to sit there and zone out and listen and, you know, comment in a platform about real boxing conversations and just sometimes real life conversations, you know, you got two unks and an OG up here. You ain't getting no better. We done seen things that you youngins were born into. I come from the era of a black and white TV and a rotary phone. Think about that. When I was little, the subway here in Brooklyn was less than a quarter.
Yo, I seen a dude promoting an AI artist the other day.
Yeah, they have a restaurant in Europe where they call it the AI restaurant, where the chef, he's an AI chef. He's a real human, but he wears these goggles that just flash recipes and stuff before him. It's the most retarded concept in the world, but someone dared to do it. It looks like if you went into what's the Blade Runner. Like if you took a room with all the outside stuff you saw in Blade Runner and you put all that outside stuff inside of a room, that's what this restaurant looks like with a virtual chef, with an AI chef. It makes zero sense whatsoever, but it's what a certain market is going to go to. Now, all the influencers, when they get there, yeah, dude, I went to the AI restaurant, dude. It was fucking awesome, man. It was fun. I had some drinks, bruh. Listen, I had some fucking drinks, bruh. These fucking drinks was off the fucking hook, bruh. Telling you. And then I had like some little jalapeno poppers and shit, bruh. Place is fucking awesome. And these dudes are gonna talk about this stuff, make money off of it. The restaurant is gonna send them money. The restaurant group behind it is gonna send them a bunch of money and have them come there with a little crew and all, you know, it's the stupid shit. It's how this nigga Salt Bae made all of that money in the restaurant business. You're a butcher, you don't know how to cook nothing. But because you can smack a knife on the edge side onto a cutting board and pour salt to where it falls all over your elbow and stuff like that, you made millions. Because every influencer wanted to go there. Anybody who was anybody in the entertainment business and wanted their face to be out there, because the more you see my face, the more content I'm producing. They all ran there. Was Salt Bae restaurant really worth it? And you see these videos and it's like, how did you think that this place was gonna be great food? Like, this dude don't know how to cook. He doesn't know nothing about the restaurant business. He was a butcher who worked in a butcher shop owned by someone else. And he would go home and make these videos in his own kitchen. They went viral, and now this dude is now a restaurateur. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. However you get it, I'm not mad at you, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. So you look at the industry, like I was saying earlier, and you look at jokes like that. And then you look at what you're trying to do is bring something and work hard and get your recognition from the mud. And you just sit there like, do I need to sell out like that? Do I need to start a blog where I'm doing some incredibly stupid shit? You know,
It
what
ain't
I'm
never
saying?
gonna happen, brother. I'm never gonna do it, bro.
Man, and if you see me doing that body, please drive to Brooklyn and shoot me. Both you and Calico.
I be telling my lady, I was like, man, you see or hear me doing certain shit, I'm a clone, shorty. Hit me in the head,
Real.
double tap me.
Bro, I always tell people, if you hear me, a nigga like me start talking like, hey, go get the vaccine, or you know what I mean? Like I'm MAGA or some shit, you know, hey, just know they got the gun upside me, bro. You know? Like I've been compromised, man. They you know, my life on the line, man. Ain't no way. I ain't never switching up.
I can't do it. That's why I really be doing, like, I call them experiments. I be telling my lady to be experiments. I be looking at and watching people, and like I'm like, really? Like, is it worth it? Like, how you sleep at night? Do you look at yourself? How you look at yourself in the mirror? Like, why not just, I don't know, man. I just can't do it, bro.
Yeah, there were certain things that I'd done in my life, and then when I looked at it, I was like, I just can't do this. I can't be a part of destroying my own neighborhood. I know these people. Like when you come to me like, yo, I'll give you my TV for blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, yeah, it's time for me to hang this bullshit up, because I know I spent the night over your house. I know the TV you're talking about, and no, I don't want you. I'm sorry, I don't. No. You got kids. What your kids gonna watch? You know what I'm saying? So when it's just shit like that, I think the humanity comes out in me now. Take it the opposite way, where you trying to violate that humanity, shit is out the window. You know what I'm saying? So don't mistake one for the other. You know what I'm saying? But overall, where we are as a people, where we are as just intellectual beings and stuff like that, it's reflective in where you go to get your information. Where you go get your information tells me more about you than you opening your mouth and telling me anything. You feel what I'm saying? So in the circles of boxing, if you're telling me you get the majority of your information from certain alphabet guys, then I'm gonna say, okay, before you start to talk, tell me the fighters you like and the fighters you don't like, because I think that would be helpful for the conversation, because I don't want to get in a debate with you about information you got that you feel is factual, and I'm not trying to waste hours and waste brain cells trying to tell you that's not factual, because you heard what they said, but how did they move? So who are the fighters you like and you don't like? This is where you could filter through the bullshit, save yourself the headache and stuff like that, just by learning how to read people. You form a conversation with someone's telling you, no, I watch boxing. Like a cable dude came over here, you know what I'm saying, and he was installing the cable, and at that point, I was on my computer using my little personal hotspot, and asking, and I was watching a boxing video, and he was like, "Oh, you watch boxing?" I said, "Yeah, yeah. I've been watching boxing. I pull up on panels and stuff like that, and all of this other kind of stuff." And he was like, "Yeah, yeah. I watch some of the YouTube boxing. You heard about these blah 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 dudes?" And I was like, "Yeah, yeah. I used to pull up to them a lot." And he was like, "Why you stop?" I was like, "Because things are a little biased and sometimes it's a little too pro black to the point where you're not keeping the same energy." So when it comes down to the sport, I at times I just want to keep it about the sport and things like that. Every instance isn't a racial instance. It's the business of boxing. Do you sell? Does he sell? Who has the bigger or stronger fan base and stuff like that? And that's where I'll keep it because I understand those dynamics. And he was like, "So what you think about this?" And I kind of giggled, and he was like, "Oh, that mean you gonna tell me some crazy shit?" I was like, "No, no. I mean, you have your opinion. I just have my opinion. Here's how the situation unfolded to me." And as the situation unfolded that way, I had to ask the question: if all of this was put on the table, and it was about the Devin Haney and Shakur situation, I said, if all of this is on the table, you got lineal, you got franchise, you have all the and undisputed. All of that hardware is on the line for you. The fuck difference does it make what percentage you get? You keep telling me you're a legacy fighter. What fucking difference does it mean, whether or not it's cap or whatever the case may be? So you should have just kept your mouth shut and called the bluff out, and you would have ended up on top in that whole argument, because then everybody would have seen you're bullshitting, Dev. But you
my
made it
views
about
over time. My views kind of changed on that. It's slowly. I'm like, yeah, because as I see the moves, I'm like,
yeah,
manipulative, man. He's very manipulative, man.
And at the end of the day, I felt like this. This is where I landed my plane on that whole situation. Neither one of you guys was gonna fight each other. It's the same situation that happened with Brian Norman and Boots the first time in the negotiation. You both saw an opportunity to cap. You both took the opportunity to cap. If you would have said, "Hold on, I know the game he playing right now. Oh, I got this nigga. Yeah, Dev, I'll fight you for that. Send a contract." You would have played that game, you would have got him. Knowing that neither one of y'all was going to fight at that point. But you would have just won that battle right there. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just the way I viewed it. And I said, listen, if you have a difference of opinion, whatever it is, if you felt it was on Devin's side, cool. It doesn't matter. At this point, I just seen it the way I seen it. And after looking at both sides and knowing the information on both sides and what was actually there, I blame both of y'all, because there's no way I got all of that in front of me and you trying to dangle that. I'm not going to tell you to send that. I'm going to go tell my mom on you. Like, Ma, you know Reggie from down the block, he showed me his glove, his baseball bat, the baseball and the little thing that he got from Yankee Stadium, and that signed basketball. Why he doing that? Ma, you need to go talk to his mother. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, nah, bro.
I ain't even get Calico's opinion on the main topic, because it's funny, man. What Shakur just did, man, and these guys, they don't even know which way is up, man.
What he just did recently.
He got basically he's gonna fight Tio, which was the originally Hitchins had him in the ring after the Cambosis. They had agreed, and they were supposed to do the Alcatraz thing. But after that, when Keyshawn went into his little hiatus because he had to, basically do his little disciplinarian thing from the debacle, he gets a fight with Tio. Then Hitchins move on. He's going to go get a fight with Jermaine Ortiz. he gets Keyshawn to get the fight with Jermaine Ortiz on his undercard.
Yeah, so they both stepped on Hitchins' toes.
And now Hitchins is on the outside looking in with he getting ready to fight a guy named Lindolfo Delgado.
Who the hell is that?
He one of Robert Garcia's guys, but like he ain't nobody that like the public really wanted to man on, and like he don't realize that Jermaine Ortiz, he's a technician. And I always said that Keyshawn, his biggest kryptonite is the technical boxer.
Yeah, a mover.
This is not a smaller guy. This is guy in Jermaine Ortiz that's like he should be at welterweight too.
Like I first came across Ortiz when people were screaming that he actually beat Lomachenko. You know? And then the same thing with Tio. You feel me? People were screaming.
AC said he beat Tio. I don't know about the Lomachenko, but I know in my opinion he beat Tio, but the business of boxing wasn't gonna let him have that nod.
Yep.
So I'm like, but my thing is, Hitchins be thinking that Shakur is his friend. Shakur is not his friend, because you wouldn't do that. Keyshawn be thinking that they BFFs, and I'm like, that's not your BFF. It's looking like an opportunity, but he know that that's the technical boxer is your kryptonite. There is no guaranteed win, and with the pressure you got coming back from what you got, your first fight up there at 40, where Jermaine Ortiz got all that experience over you right now, this is a make or break. And the fact that if he wins, what will be next? Because they're not going to fight.
Like Keyshawn would be wise to keep this fight on the outside, but I don't think he can. I know Jermaine's not going to let him do that. You know, Jermaine is going to smother Keyshawn's work. The power is not going to be able to truly unfold at that distance. You feel me? And the power is not what they bragging on anyways. It's not no damn. He's not finna knock out no top fighter with one punch.
That's what I said. They said that's what everybody been saying. Oh, he about to stop Jermaine. I said, hold on. He didn't stop Nair Albright.
Yeah, he just looked like a black Bruce Lee. He ain't no damn. Bro, he not hitting like Tank. You know.
I be trying to say he don't got one punch knockout power, man.
No, and he hasn't fought no really game fighter. You know, like if he would have fought De Los Santos, that would have been the ultimate test, and he didn't want it.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, he probably would have been a chink in his armor, even if he would have won. Like he might not be up for this fight right here, because he would have had some, wear and tear on him.
Yeah, after he got that pelt on the wall, he would have been managed a little bit. After that, he would have had a couple shit that because listen, this was crazy, Calico. This is what I heard. They said when Jermaine, because we thought Jermaine was going to be, we thought it was going to be Jermaine and Hitchins on that undercard. That's what we thought, or whatever. They was saying that Richardson Hitchins was cherry picking Jermaine Ortiz. The minute they found out it was Keyshawn and Jermaine Ortiz, oh, this is an awesome, excellent fight. Look at him. He a dog. I told y'all he about to. I was like, man, like this is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, glazing. That's glazing.
It's just it's these weird dudes that you don't want to see one guy get the opportunity, so you're gonna kill his shine. But now that it's a guy that you like and you feel you like to talk about, oh, this fight was crazy. I'm like, man, this is gonna be the fight of 2026. This is like, listen, that should have been the main. And it's like, are you serious? Yo, listen, Keyshawn versus Jermaine Ortiz, that is a main card. It's on its own. I'm like, all right, okay, it might be, but at the end of the day, why wasn't it like that when Hitchins won? Because ain't nobody want to watch Hitchins. Like, who fans of Richardson Hitchins in Brooklyn? I don't know. I'm gonna ask you who fans are you in your hometown. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean. So, at the end of the day, I don't like to look at things like that, because in the entertainment business, you know, who knew Martin's wife was in the original movie of Little Shop of Horrors? Like, who knew that was Keisha Tambell right there? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I
it wasn't until after that people were like, oh, that's such and such.
Exactly.
Homeboy. Oh, now she's on Martin. She's in the House Party movies. Oh, that's that girl. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just the way entertainment works. You have to build your name and you have to build up that recognition.
Yeah, and find your niche.
Yeah, and for some fighters, they get that right out the gate. Other guys, they're way more talented, and they may never get that opportunity, or they got to struggle at every inch of the way to get that notoriety, to be able to walk outside and now people know who you are. You feel what I'm saying? Because I often say it like this: you take a room of about 1,000 people. All 1,000 of these people watch boxing, right? You get a percentage of them who call themselves diehard boxer. Put Joe Calzaghe in the same room with a baseball hat. Will anybody recognize Joe Calzaghe?
Hell no.
That's my point. That's my point right there. So we have in history amazing boxers, legendary boxers that just don't nobody know about because they never got the rhythm of the media following their every word. They may have been just as charismatic as a Muhammad Ali or Sugar Ray Leonard.
Well, never.
It was something else about them that the industry just never latched onto.
Or they just didn't have the luxury of social media. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Or didn't come from a place where it was known as boxing royalty or boxing history or boxing legacy. You feel what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That place you come from might have been known for basketball. Like, when you really think about it, when I try to think about it right off the top of my head, it's very few times that I can remember a great boxer coming from Indiana, Hoosierville, territory.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So shit like that can overshine your ability to be the champ. Maybe those who know you in that small town or the surrounding towns are like, yeah, he the champ. He the undisputed champ. He the lineal champ. He beat everybody. But the rest of the boxing world will not know who the fuck you are.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So not everybody has that opportunity. And when I look at a person like Hitchins, you did it from the mud. You was around everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You was there. You was in the room. You was in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So what was it that kept you on the back burner? You feel what I'm saying? And I believe Body did ask this same question in the video he did a minute back, though. What was it that you have all of this coming in, and for the most part, people either have a negative view of you or they don't know you at all?
Mm-hmm. Man, it's a Chicago rapper named 051 Wu. He just recently, died by gun violence, of course. You know how Chicago is.
Yeah.
Man, him and Hitchins look identical. It was crazy. Like, I can put their pictures side by side. Everybody, man, I'm telling you, man, look like the same person. You know how they call him Africa. You know how you got that pink lips and shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the same muscular facial structure and everything. Just only difference, the other guy got dreads. But it's just crazy. I'm like, man, these guys look just alike.
Yeah, and that's just the whole thing of what I'm saying is like, hey, listen, man, not everybody has the opportunities, and sometimes, just because you don't know somebody, you never heard of them, that doesn't mean they're a shitty fighter. There are some dudes that we never heard of, don't know about. Yeah, you are a shitty fighter. That's a cherry pick. We can see that blatantly. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't had one fight out of your country. And your country is like the back end of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like far away could stand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
he in the boondocks of the boondocks.
Yeah, it's like if that's all you fought, and you coming over here to fight a slick American fighter or a slick UK fighter, yeah, you're about to get your whole ass whooped unless you got like that winter storm smack a Christmas tree down type of strength. Like you knock reindeers out just for fun. You know what I'm saying? Unless you coming in there with power and speed and some charisma like that, nobody gonna know who the fuck you are. You know what I'm saying? So it brings me back to talking about a dude like Mitch D'Artagnan. Like, you say the name, people like, who? The skinny little dude. I think he was like 118 pounds or no more than 122 pounds. He was like straight up, no form in his punches, but if he catch you with one of them haymakers, you are going to sleep. And they're like, nah, I never heard of him. Like, bro, just go look at this dude. Just go look at this dude. Pacquiao's protege was the first guy to beat him. It took somebody like that to beat him. And he faced some decent boxers, but he just throw those haymakers. And if you slip up and let it catch, that's a wrap. Can't even block some of them punches with your glove because he still knock you out.
Man, the dude who played Clay Davis died.
Huh?
The dude who played Clay Davis on The Wire, he died. Damn.
Wow.
But that was random. Look, man, I'm trying to figure out this one last thing, man. How long are we gonna let Shakur keep getting away with these shenanigans and being so insulated? This man pulled out a baby fullback and Ray Ford for my man O'Shaquie, and everybody said, "Oh man, O'Shaquie ducking Ray Ford." They didn't say he was ducking O'Shaquie. This man pulled out Keyshawn for Richardson, and then gave Keyshawn's fight, gave Richardson Hitchins fight to Keyshawn. I'm like, I don't know how he gonna be able to get away with all these moves, man. And it was never no talk about him and Richardson Hitchins at 40 because it's a one-sided friendship. Well, Richardson believed that he's friends with Shakur, but Shakur is snaking the shit out of him. I don't get it, man. A lot of people just letting this shit go down by the wayside. But I'm gonna wrap it up, man, because it's getting late.
Yeah, bro. I don't want people animals.
It's always a pleasure, brother. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah,
all right,
sure.
Calico, man. Be safe, man. Hey, if I don't talk to y'all before, the quote unquote New Year's or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And positive vibes, man. Hopefully y'all enjoy your family, enjoy your time, you know what I'm saying? And y'all be safe and sound, man.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Same to y'all, man. Be safe, be sound. You know what I'm saying? 2026 gonna be interesting, bro. Gonna be interesting for boxing and just life. So buckle in, enjoy the ride, enjoy your next trip around the sun for everybody. All right, Body, on the next one, bro.
All right, AC. Peace. Well, we had a good one, man. A long one, an interesting one, man. If anything, man, hopefully we made you think about some things. Hopefully we forced you to do some critical thinking. Hopefully we force you to look at things from a different perspective, put on a different thinking cap, ask yourself these questions. Don't just be fan boils and ghouls, shall I say. But think, man. Think, man. I hope some of my favorite content creators get their lives together, man. I'm tired of seeing y'all fall apart out here, man. It's a little embarrassing, and it's kind of sad, man. It's like, I know we poke and we prod at each other, we give each other elbows, and you know what I'm saying, we take our little shots, but like, man, it's kind of sad watching some of y'all fall off, man. You know, hopefully you get your life together. Anyways, thanks for choosing Bodywork Boxing. We don't take things for face value. We do that body work.
He didn't want to box. He wanted to actually prove that he could punch with you. He was like, what the fuck is this nigga? Right. Oh, okay, you want to go to sleep. You tired.
Welcome to Bodywork.